Good morning to each of you. Bienvenue, bienvenida. We are very happy to see each of you. We will ask that you put your mute on so that we do not hear the noises in the background. But when it is time for you to speak, you will be able to turn on your speaker. Before we begin, I will repeat that those of you who are alone at computers, tablets, or other devices, put your first two initials. Okay, so your first two initials of your preferred language before your name. EN for English, FR for French, and ES for Spanish. On the computer, you will see on your image 3 little dots at the top right next to mute, and you click and the drop down at the bottom will say rename. And there you can put your initials on the left before your name. And this will help when we break into groups. And those of you who are already in a group, you will stay in your group for when we have our group sharing. If you have trouble with this, don't worry. I think we know you well enough that we can put you into the right group. So thank you again for taking time to be with us for this important congregational gathering. We realize that there are sisters who cannot be with us today because of their ministries or other appointments, or are in places where the Wi-Fi is unstable. But we are recording this in the 3 languages, and the recording will be available for the sisters. We hope that you find this to be a rewarding day and encourage those who can't be here to view it and send their insights. I'd like to introduce our 2 facilitators. Sister Teresa Maya, congregational leader of the Sisters of Charity of the Incarnate Word from San Antonio, Texas, in the United States, and Sister Jo Badali, former congregational leader of the Congregation of Notre Dame. She is a spiritual director, a retreat leader, a facilitator, to name just a few of her ministries. She is living in Toronto, Canada. Both are the facilitators for the General Chapter Planning Committee and will be our facilitators for General Chapter. We are grateful for their presence with us. Our interpreters today are Anna Novalicek, Paula Kilis, Nancy Prada, and our secretary is Monica Risuti. We welcome them and are grateful for their service today. With that, I will ask Sister Hortense to lead us in prayer.
Ok, esperamos que todas estemos ya bien conectadas y en el idioma.
Let's wait that we are all connected in the good language. Let's ask the Holy Spirit to accompany us during this morning.
Espíritu de Dios, Llena-me, vida, llena minha alma, llena-me, ser, Espírito de Deus, llena-me, vida, llena minha alma, llena-me, ser, e llena-me com tu presença, com tu poder, com tu amor, e llena-me com tu presença, com tu poder, com tu amor, Espírito de Deus, llena-me, vida, llena minha alma, llena-me, ser, Espírito de Deus, llena-me, vida, llena minha alma, llena-me, ser, e llena-me com tu presença, com tu poder, com tu amor, e llena-me com tu presença, com tu poder, com tu amor.
A time for changes. Come, let's talk, let's dream. Pope Francis. There is an appointment time for everything, say the scriptures. And in this decisive crisis that we are passing through, Pope Francis doesn't doubt that it's time for change. We walk and go forward together. God, give us grace to accept with serenity the things that cannot be changed, courage to change the things which should be changed, and the wisdom to distinguish the one from the other.
Merci Hortense pour la belle prière. Vraiment touchant.
Thank you for this beautiful prayer. It was very touching and moving. And referring to a Pope who's speaking about courage, because this is a gift that we really need today and tomorrow. Thank you, Karen, for the introduction, and thank you to each one of you to continue living the charism of our congregation. We are engaged in this process of changing governance since several years already. Today, we hope to make another step in front in the life of this process. Each one of you is a participant in this evolution time, and it is really an evolving time, and you are active participants. You already have the agenda from today, and we will try to follow this agenda as better as we could. Karen will start this journey explaining why are we here and how do we arrive here. And then the leadership team will present the prototypes, and then now we will start with Sister Karen.
Well, thank you again for taking time to be with us for this important congregational gathering. Thank you, Joe, for getting us started, and Hortense for the prayer. So do we have the interpretation correct now in French and Spanish? Okay. So you might ask, what are the goals of this day? In our planning with the facilitators of the general leadership team, we stated that the goals we hope to achieve are the following. First, for us all to experience how good it is to reflect together on matters important to the life of our whole congregation. To remember why we are seeking new ways of organizing and relating to one another as one congregation. To give thanks for progress made and to stimulate hope in new possibilities. To reach a common understanding of this intermediary circle prototype. Now, you've asked for that. You've probably asked yourself or others, why are we spending time talking about governance and governance structures? Why bother with making changes? Before answering that question, I would like to tell you a story written by the late Jesuit Father Anthony de Mello that Sister Kitsi Rutan shared with me. You may have heard it before. It is called Crutches Instead of Legs. It goes like this. When an accident deprived the village chief of the use of his legs, he took to walking on crutches. He gradually developed the ability to move with speed, even to dance, and to execute little pirouettes for the entertainment of his neighbors. Then he took it into his head to train his children in the use of crutches. It soon became a status symbol in the village to walk on crutches, and before long, everyone was doing it. By the fourth generation, no one in the village could walk without crutches. The village school included crutchery, theoretical, applied in its curriculum. And in the village, craftsmen became famous for the quality of the crutches they produced. There was even talk of developing an electronic, battery-operated set of crutches. One day, a young Turk presented himself before the village elders and demanded to know why everyone had to walk on crutches, since God had provided people with legs to walk on. The village elders were amused at this upstart, that he should think himself wiser than they, so they decided to teach him a lesson. Why don't you show us how? Agreed, cried the young man. A demonstration was fixed for the following Sunday at the village square. Everyone was there when the young man hobbled on his crutches to the middle of the square, stood upright, and dropped his crutches. A hush fell on the crowd as he took a bold step forward and fell flat on his face. With that, everyone was confirmed in their belief that it was quite impossible to walk without the help of crutches. So think about this story in the light of what might be crutches in our life as Sisters of Providence. You read the whys shared in the introductory document sent to you and reviewed how we all explored governance over the last 10 years. Again, you saw our 2017 chapter orientation on governance. You have demonstrated an attitude of openness and flexibility toward the model shared before and during the 2017 chapter. And today is another step in participating actively in its implementation. We have been growing in an attitude of greater communion, deeper relationships, interdependence, and belonging beyond our borders. And at the same time, we are more aware of barriers to putting that communion and deeper relationships into concrete action. As a reminder of the 2017 model, we'll take a brief look at it, paying special attention to the intermediary circle where we will place emphasis today. In the governance model, we note the importance of the local circle and the intermediary and congregational circle are in service of the local circle, the base of our congregation. The intermediary circle serves as a bridge between the local and congregational circles and promotes an increasing sense of belonging, an increasing sense of being one congregational entity in mentality, membership, belonging, ministry, and identity. It provides administrative and other services to support the life and ministry of the sisters. You remember that our 2018 Constitution and rules provide support for living this model. During these last 5 years, we have moved farther in our journey to oneness, built on the governance task force initiatives the last 5 years, the 5 years before. The Transforming Governance Committee engaged the whole congregation in further identifying values and principles and actions, responding to the desire and possibility of new ways of relating. Actually, the pandemic, hard as it has been, has fueled our creativity and connectedness. We have become more aware of changing realities in our congregation and in our world over the last 10 years, and especially since 2020 with the pandemic. There is an openness and genuine interest in seeing the what and the how of governance structure changes that will serve present and future needs. We see governance structures being at the service of congregational unity, in community life, and support of mission in today's world. We need each other to have the kind of impact our world needs. While we will not dwell on statistics, I would like to just call to our attention a few changes that have occurred in the last 5 years. In January 2012, we were a total of 507 sisters. 17 of them were in initial formation. In January 2022, we were 359 sisters and 20 in initial formation. I just want to go back and state that I said this incorrectly. It was 2017. And those are the statistics you have before us. Sisters, in that 5-year period, we are 168 sisters less, but have more sisters in initial formation. Emily Gamlin province is the province with the largest number of sisters, 49 and under, 19, and of sisters over 80, 137. In 2017, the number of sisters 80 plus was 212 in Emily Gamlin province, and sisters under 50 was 16, 12 of them in initial formation. The province with the largest number of sisters between the ages 50 and 79, 49 of them, is Mother Joseph province. Holy Angels province has 31 sisters today, and 3 are in initial formation. Bernard Moran has 54 sisters and 2 of them in initial formation. Considering these facts can help us as we discuss governance. In our smallness and vulnerability, God has given us new wine, and we are vibrant. How can we best support that vibrancy? How can we provide new wineskins? At the same time, we are grateful for and rejoice in the well-aged wine among us. Sister Teresa Maya reminded the General Leadership Conference in October that we have come to a bend in the road. Sisters, we need to navigate that bend together, all of us. Going straight on the road with what has served us in the past will put us over the cliff and not let us continue the mission that Providence has given us. As Providence women, we can acknowledge and name our fears and grief, and we can address them. They surely are there. We can let go. We can let come, doing our best, trusting in Providence and one another, as did our foundress. We can learn as we go. We can risk walking without crutches, even if it means we might fall a time or two as we try. Welcome to the journey. And with that, we will move to an overview of the prototype that we sent you.
Merci, Karen.
Thank you, Karen. So trust, courage.
Thank you, Karen.
And
Confidence,
gift of God.
courage.
Before starting the prototype, maybe we can take a few moments of silence to deepen what we've heard. So a contemplative moment of silence.
Merci, Josie, vous prête?
Thank you, Josie. Are you ready to continue?
Thank you, Joe. I'm wondering who is going to share the screen. Karen, will you be sharing the screen? Thank you. Thank you, Nancy. Sisters, we are happy as a team to engage with all of you as we explore the intermediary circle governance prototype today, a part of our journey to oneness. First, let us share a few observations from our official visits with you and our experiences of provincial chapters during these past 5 years, because they have relevance to the prototype development. Among what we heard are the following: a desire to deepen relationships beyond geographic borders, a desire to share expertise and other resources for the good of the whole congregation, a desire to have voices heard from everywhere the sisters of Providence are, and to learn more about how sisters are, as well as what they are doing. A recognition that there are fewer sisters available for leadership and for being initial formation directors. Joy that God is continuing to call women to be sisters of providence. Sadness at the diminishment of many of our wisdom sisters and appreciation for their ministries of prayer and presence. Openness to transformation and desire to respond to changing internal and external realities with hope and confidence in providence. Able to identify new providence wine in new providence wineskins. With those points in mind and the various twists and turns of our journey to oneness, described in the introductory document, this prototype was developed. We often heard the desire for greater discussion of what the intermediary circle of governance might look like. Today is partly to respond to that need. The intent of this prototype is multifaceted. In summary, to respond to who we are today, preparing for who we are becoming, to lead to a sense of identity as one congregation across borders, to advance toward functioning as one entity without provinces, to strengthen and support local communities' vibrancy and decision-making, to reduce the numbers of persons required for community service as designated leaders. Free sisters for preparation for and service as formators for sisters in initial formation. Lastly, to engage sisters or Providence associates to lead specific functions. Sister Nancy.
Las vamos a invitar ahora a revisar.
We will invite you to briefly visit the image that the focus in the intermediary circles that you receive.
Tienes apagado el micrófono, Nancy.
There was no sound.
La vamos a invitar ahora a que podamos.
We will invite you to look together the image of the prototype that we sent you before. We will focus in a special way in the intermediary circle. This image depicts relationships between the different components. You receive the description of the image representing the prototype of the new governance structure, with a focus on the intermediary circle. As you could see, the local communities and the sisters are in the center of the services of the intermediary circle. In the green circle,
apoyo a las hermanas y a las comunidades. Ustedes pueden ver dos círculos que se entreponen. ¿Hay un problema con la traducción al inglés?
No, it's okay. I'm taking over. We're switching. What you see is an overlapping of the two circles depicting the expectation that the two intermediary circles depicted here would be in collaboration with each other. The collaboration would extend into the areas of ministries and healthcare, for which the intermediary circle leadership would still be responsible.
Esto brindaría
It would
oportunidad
provide opportunities for sharing best practices or for peer consultation regarding such as infirmary care or ministry needs and possibility across geographic areas.
la red de relaciones
The
que
web of relationships internally and externally can be shared for the benefit of the sisters and ministries.
hermanas y de los ministerios. Notarán también
You also see that the blue for congressional services have a relationship with the intermediary circles and local communities.
los servicios
The
que son
services
coordinados por el equipo de liderazgo congregacional
coordinate, draw on the expertise of the sisters in local communities to assist in serving all the sisters of the congregation in the areas of ongoing formation, mission, communication, and finance supported by the congregational leadership.
comunicación y finanzas. Asimismo, pueden contar con los servicios de colaboradores laicos
They may also draw on the services of laypersons serving in the intermediary circle. It is a dynamic relationship between and among congregational services and the intermediary circle for the advancement of the Providence mission and charism. No image can capture the full scope of any complex concept. That is the case here. While not depicted in this image for simplicity's sake, is the Congregational Initial Formation Program that includes presently the one novitiate program with 2 sites, and the congregational program for sisters in temporary vows.
Ambos son ejemplos
Both are examples of how we are advancing in the journey to oneness with our newer members.
Tampoco ilustramos en la imagen
Also not depicted, but explained in the prototype document, is the involvement of the intermediary circle leader in the Congregational Extended Council with participation in decision-making.
El caso es que
The point is that we are seeking a structure that will bring greater unity, communion, and cohesiveness, and best use of the human, material, and technological resources entrusted to the congregation for the benefit of the whole congregation and mission.
no se trata de reestructurar
Restructuring is not for restructuring's sake, but rather to respond to emerging realities in a responsible manner that will aid us in living our mission and charism, simplifying wherever we can.
Mes sœurs, vous avez
My
sûrement
sisters, you may have noticed that the prototype document addresses several questions. The first being, how are the sisters engaged within the intermediary circle?
cette question nous semble
This question seems central to us since, as our constitutions so well state in number 94, the strength and vitality of our congregation depend on the degree to which the local community lives the gospel values, thereby proclaiming and manifesting the providence of God and the compassion of our Mother of Sorrows. But also in number 86, so this was 85 and 86 now. The local community is the basic unit of the congregation. It shares in the life of the entire congregation and, according to circumstances, does so through the intermediary circle. It functions as a sacred space for contemplative listening, dialogue, and discernment. The prototype imagines local communities of sufficient size to promote richness in community life and personal and communal growth, and can extend beyond a dwelling. Technology has offered new ways of connecting and relating and being involved in decision making.
Merci, Josie, Nancy, et Hortense. Avant de continuer,
Thank you, Josie, Nancy, and Hortense. Before we continue, I suggest that we take a few moments of reflection to assimilate what we've already heard, to see what rests in our hearts, what touched you the most, what is being deposited in you, in your hearts.
Merci. Sœur Annette, êtes-vous prête à continuer, s'il vous plaît? Merci.
Thank you, Sister Annette. Are you ready to continue? Thank you.
Yes, I am. The intent of this prototype is to cultivate shared relationships, shared leadership, and encourage initiatives at the local level, and to encourage inclusive and participatory involvement in support of its members' religious apostolic life. It models a different way of governance. The use of contemplative listening, dialogue, and discernment continue to be the manner of decision making. A spirit of openness, collaboration, interconnection, and inclusion of all cultures is welcome. Each circle is governed by a leadership team composed of a leader, an assistant, one or two counselors. Laypersons could also be part of this team. The intermediary circle leader is chosen in an assembly of the sisters of the intermediary circle through a process of contemplative listening, dialogue, discernment, and is recommended for appointment by the congregational leadership team. The assistant leader is also chosen in an assembly of the sisters in a similar process. Now, one or two counselors are selected by the local leaders from among the local leaders of the intermediary circle. Those chosen serve as local leader and counselor. The circle leadership team selects and appoints a secretary and treasurer. The circle leadership team attends to the unity and well-being of the sisters, the involvement of the sisters in different ministries, the encouragement of sisters to interconnect with sisters from different areas and cultures and to support each other, participate in implementing the Congregational Initial Formation Program, and collaborates with the other intermediary circle leadership team and congregational leadership team. The intermediary circle leader participates regularly in meetings with the other intermediary circle leader and the extended council of the congregational leadership team. Now, through the participation of the intermediary circle leader as members of the congregation leadership team extended council, the voice of the sisters will be known and the decisions are made considering the cultural differences and diverse perspectives of the congregation, as well as other current realities.
La leader du cercle intermédiaire
The intermediary circle leader is not a major superior. However, she has delegated authority, enabling her to act effectively in matters which concern the circle in making decisions. Constitution 103. Also, financial competencies would be delegated by the congregational leadership team. The circle leadership team will benefit from the service of an administrative center for all matters related to the good administration and management consistent with canonical and civil laws. Supported by the administrative centers, the major foci of time and energy of the intermediary circle team are the sisters, the local communities, the ministries of the sisters, and ministerial efforts of local community members to meet emerging needs rather than administration and governance of traditional sponsored works. Each administrative team is composed with competent laypersons oriented to Sisters of Providence missions and sisters whenever feasible. The administrative team leader is appointed by the intermediary circle team after discernment and in consultation with the congregational team. The local communities are made aware of the administrative team members' responsibilities and ways of relating to them. The administrative center is responsible to ensure a good administration of the financial and human resources, sponsored ministries, and properties of the circle. Ensure that its approach is in alignment with canonical laws and civil laws in connection to the ministries, health support of the sisters, and immigration, as well as other needs of the sisters. It is also responsible to manage human resources consistent with local labor rules and legislation. To assure communication services, for instance, the website, social networks, publications, that communication services are consistent with congregational communication service. Ensure that archives are well maintained. Prepare the budget in collaboration with and seek the approval of the intermediary circle leadership team and congregational leadership team. The administrative center is also responsible for producing the financial reports of the circle and rendering an account to the intermediary circle leadership team and then to the congregational leadership team. It is accountable to the intermediary circle leader on matters related directly to the sisters, and is accountable to the congregational leadership team in matters having congregational-wide impact or approval. It is responsible for simplifying administrative processes as much as possible in collaboration between administrative centers and the congregational administration. Also, the Intermediary Circle Administrative Center collaborates with the 4 congregational administrative services: mission, finance, continued formation, communication. Where feasible, it has to be in collaboration with other religious communities in the geographic area. It engages in ongoing ministry formation, common elements for all entities, and more specific related to the culture of the entity. Succession planning. In order to move progressively into this new and simplified way of being and functioning, it will be important that the provincial leadership team address as a priority the actual sponsored institutional ministries and resources to administer and govern them.
In closing this overview of the model,
En terminant,
we call on the wisdom of Pope Francis, Blessed Emily, Mother Joseph, Mother Bernarda, whom we cited in the prototype document. Times are changing, says Pope Francis, and we Christians must change continually while remaining steadfast in our faith in Jesus Christ, in the truth of the gospel, but moving forward according to the signs of the times. Ne craignez rien, tant que vous serez entourés de pauvres. La providence sera votre nourrice et votre fidèle économe. Rien, croyez-le, ne vous manquera. Mère Gamelin. J'espère, je ne sais pourquoi, mais j'espère. Après la tempête, le calme. Mère Joseph. Abandonar lo pasado a la misericordia de Dios, lo presente a su amor, lo futuro a su providencia. Es asegurar para su alma una paz inalterable. Madre Bernarda.
Merci, Sir Karen, et les autres membres de l'équipe de leadership.
Thank you, Sister Karen, and the other members of the leadership. We could see that there's a lot of work in this presentation, actually years of work. Thank you. Thank you for all. Thank you for your desire to help the congregation to understand the prototypes and to take the ways to help you. Now we will take 5 minutes of silent transition to deepen everything that we heard. Maybe there will be questions that you will think about it. You could write it down because we will have time during the day. But at this time, we will stay quiet, try try to listen what the Holy Spirit are trying to tell you, or is trying to tell you.
Restez dans la providence de Dieu.
Remains in providence of God.
Well, greetings to all the sisters of Providence gathered around the world. It is an honor to be with you all today and to hear the summary, the explanation, but more importantly, the hope that the leadership team has shared with all of you. I am delighted that we got to this day. It's been a long journey, but sometimes what you need is time. And that's what you all have had. I apologize. I do not speak French, but I know Joe will speak for me. Hermanas, las saludamos con mucho.
Sisters, we say greeting with a lot of love and respect for all the conversations that implied today. There are a lot of things that you have been reading. This model that is very dynamic, and the hope that the leadership team is communicating to you. In this segment, just before taking a break, we will invite a group of sisters who will share their reflections, their questions regarding the model. This dynamic, we hope, that will wake up questions in all of you.
We are doing this fishbowl process. And so we're going to watch and listen. Imagine you're looking at a fishbowl and the fish are in there and you're watching the interaction. 5 of your sisters from different parts of the congregation were invited to reflect on this prototype, the intermediary circles, the beautiful, artistic, very flowing design, and also to think of their questions. I am going to invite them in first the first 2 and then 3 and ask them to share what they read, how they feel, any question that they have. And the sisters are, the first 2 will be Betty, and I apologize if I do not read that last name correctly, so someone will have to correct me. Kashmarchi. The second is Claire Leu. I don't know. And then Claudia Ruiz, Judy Elismat, and Catherine Rutan. And they tell me you all call her Kitsi. So those are the 5 sisters. We thank them for their willingness to do this, for their service to the Providence. And we're going to begin with Sister Betty and Sister Claire. So if you will unmute, and Guy will spotlight you.
I thought I had unmuted and then I became muted again. So I think I'm okay now.
Yes, you are.
I want to thank you for inviting me to share some reflections that I have in going over this prototype, a new model of governance. And I must say, I read it over about at least 4 times. carefully. Before speaking, I just want to express the excitement and energy that the presentation given this morning on the prototype was absolutely excellent. It was clear. The designs helped very much to understand. And I feel maybe some of my comments will have very little impact given what was just presented. But when I was asked to speak about 3 questions, the first one was, what gives me energy? So I started off by saying the participation of the sisters throughout the congregation gives me a lot of energy. Invitation to participate in activities, projects has involved the sisters more than ever before, and it's life-giving and energizing. Then I began to realize what's my inner reaction to this. And so I changed the question a little bit. Instead of answering what gives me energy, I'd like to say what excites me. And the first thing in the prototype, the new model of governance, was the creation of an extended congregational council. It will bring a greater sense of identity as one congregation across borders. We've often spoken of the General Conference, but we were aware that this was a consultative body. But what I see in the extended Congregational Council would be much more participation rather than just consultation. And I think that really excites me for the future. It's a change, and I think it's a good one. The other thing that excited me was the creation of an administration center where the circle leadership will benefit from assistance in administration and management. And I have a feeling that there will be some people who will be delighted with this new creation. At the end of my reflection, I read again the powerful statement that was in paragraph 2 of page 1 of one of the documents that we received. And the statement was this: as faithful stewards of providence, everything, including wisdom, expertise, care, and concern across the congregation will be for the service of the mission and living fully our consecrated life. I think that sums up everything, because that's what we are being invited to be and do in our congregation. I have one other thing, and that is, are there any elements missing? You know, throughout the whole document, we recognize the contributions of expected contributions. But we recognize the contributions of the elderly as prayer, support, and encouragement. It's in our constitutions. But there was something missing. And I thought of, what value do the elderly have once their productive years are over, besides prayer, support, and encouragement? I'm not devaluing that, but I think there's something more. And I read something that Ron Rolheiser wrote recently, and he spoke about that the soul ages. It doesn't age, rather, it matures. and that aging takes us to a deeper place, whether we want to go there or not. So if we are aging, we have disabilities, we move into dementia, we bring character into the congregation. An old sister may be helpful simply as a figure valued for her character. So I'm not sure where I'm moving with this, but I think some attention, some way to help the sisters feel that I have value. We say her prayer and her support, and so it's important. But the individual sister to be able to feel that she has value given her disability, her limitations, etc. The next question is, do I need clarification? I'll have to wait until we get more information as we continue to engage into more discussion. So I think that's about everything I have to say.
Thank you, Betty. What a beautiful reflection you have offered the Sisters of Providence. And thank you because we can tell you are moving into becoming an incredible woman of character. Absolutely. Absolutely. So Sister Betty has offered some of her questions. What is missing? Not just what gives me energy, what excites me. Everything in the service for mission. Ahora vamos a invitar.
Now we will invite Sister Claire to offer her reflections to those questions that you receive, and also what you were reading and what you were reflecting with this prototype. I hope I pronounce his name in a good, proper way. Greetings to each one of the persons who are here today. Reading several times all the documents that we received, and they were very instructive, and there are plenty of hope. What give me energy? There are words that have been saying muscles that are saying several times in the document: relationships, unity, dialogue, together. Those keywords are applying and are putting in place new structures to plenty live our consecrated life. The new way that were presented, the prototypes, bring us to a new way and invites us to follow Pope Francis, to let go our comfort zones and to hope a benefic future for the mission. Let's walk together in our journey to the unity. Are elements missing? I led to the Holy Spirit to answer this question, but I'm asking a question myself. Considering the age of the sisters, do you think it could be a good idea to fix an age, to not stress elderly persons and to give them more times to prayer and spirituality? Do I need any clarification? The number of sisters, do you have a maximum number of sisters for the local communities? do we need a special attention to the sisters of the pavilion province in the application of these new structures? Otherwise, considering that the number of sisters decrease and considering the importance that we need sisters to live the mission, do we really need only one intermediary circle instead of two to respond the needs, the mission, the communication, and the finances?
Those structures are susceptible to better serve life and the mission of Providence women that we are, animated by this word of the gospel, in one voice, in one heart, with one spirit, we abandon ourselves to Providence. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, hermana Claire, por sus preguntas.
Thank you, Sister Claire, for your questions and to highlight the words relationships, unity, dialogue, together, together. Those questions that you offer are very important, and the leadership team, it's writing all those questions. We won't let them to go out of here without giving answers. They will give answers. Now we will pass to the reflection of questions of Sister Claudia Ruiz.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Greetings with love and a huge hug for each one of you. Thank you for the invitation and to share this humble reflection concerning this new prototype that you are presenting to us. And I really appreciate it because it fulfills us with hope. It shows a circle and a congregation that we are united in union with dialogue and sharing between all of us this leadership, not only for the leaders, but for all the sisters that we are in the basis. We are participating with them. And this means movement for the local communities and for all the communities and for all the sisters. I was also thinking, as Sister Betty was saying, I would like to think and to better accompany our elderly sisters because they are our roots, they are our base, they are our foundations, our pillars who allowed us to grow up in this congregation. As a sister who are younger, I thank you to each one of them and to each one of you that allowed us to arrive to this prototype, to be together, to be united, to be in communion, and to be part of this international congregation. We already have been building this, participated in different ceremonies in different provinces through the new professions, through the functions, and through the changes in the mandates. And I was reflecting that this cycle engages all of us, not only one team, all the sisters, we are responsible. It allows us to have openness and dialogue, and also help us to let go the structures that we already have. These mental structures that each one of us has a personal way, but also national structures that we could have. I think the leadership, the general leadership who offer us this circle, and I look at it in hope to our future. Thank you. Thank you, Claudia. It was beautiful your sharing. When you said that you are full of hope when you are reading this, and the invitation to participation.
Claudia, Claire, and
Claudia, Claire, and Betty
have all spoken about the gift, the character of our older sisters. Let us keep that in mind as we move and listen. I now invite Sister Judy Elsmat to please share her responses and reflection to the questions.
Thank you. I thank the members of the leadership team and the committee, the members of the committee who worked on this new form of governance. I find it very rich in energy. It is a pleasure to share on this subject, on this work. I've reread several times these documents, and at the beginning, I felt an appetite for this reading. I felt zeal and determination. There is an opening of the heart and the hope, which I would qualify as a healthy curiosity. I liked, as I went reading, I felt all the gentleness and the opening. Everything is centered on the unity and the identity of the Sisters of Providence and all the congregation. A wish of feeling togetherness, that the mission and the charisma are lived together among all the sisters. There is a movement, and I carry in me the conviction that Mother Gamelin and our pioneers have prepared us for this challenge to be open and trustworthy. As a young sisters, I must say that I welcome the image illustrating the new form of governance with humility and trust in providence. I like the idea that the whole process is called, because to me it's a phases of experimentation, so it is called to develop. Maybe sometimes should be given to see the strong points and the points that will need to be retweaked. We need to live it together. The energies that I drew from it come from a feeling felt for the consolidation of our local communities to live the values of interculturalism, of interdependence, of intergenerationalism. It is a fact that we are an international congregation seeking, according to me, to get closer to each other and to support each other in the mission. Now the intermediary circle and the administration team would work in tight collaboration with the congregational leadership team to ensure the roles in finance, communication, continued formation, and mission. With the formation of the circles, a work may not be closed if a sister in the circle has the given gifts to continue this work. Another energy for me is to read that the local communities would be formed with the presence of different cultures, languages present in the circle. Together, each sister renders her local community healthy intentionally. The participation of some sisters in the activities of the dioceses is important for me because this is also what means to be part of a church. There is so much flexibility in the writings which reflected in the sisters. And this is a big step ahead for the congregation so that we live together toward unity, diversity, and a common belonging. I feel that Mother Gameling is proud of us. To respond to the question, what is missing? I feel that as we are a family, the Providence family, I felt the interest to form staff to respond to the needs of management and administration. These people will have the spirit and the charisma of the congregation, which seems very good to me. I also tell myself that perhaps it would be good to think that these lay people can also be Providence associates or can become that in time. This is an element I thought good to submit to your intention. Another element of reflection, according to me, would be to work with sister congregations for the benefit of our sisters in a context of synodality. Pope Francis invites us to more opening and to be with the others, mingle with the others. I'm very open to the change of our structures which respond to the reality of today's day and to the number of our sisters who's diminishing. To live this experience, this event seems to me adapted to our reality and confirms our tendency towards new wine and new wineskins. I don't understand as much what seems a bit confused to me. What I don't feel is the organization of the two teams in one circle. If there are two teams, one of administration for the health of the sisters and the other for the administration of fines, this supposes that roles need to be clearly distinguished. I didn't catch the type of gifts that it would be important to have. Maybe as we go forth, I will understand this better. Well, that was my reflection on the three questions and on the document that I found really full of energy and movement for the future of our congregation. Thank you.
Hermana Judy.
Thank you, Sister Judy. I wish in my congregation the sisters may say that they were hunger of and have a huge curiosity to read a document of the leadership. But thank you also because you bring some words in this conversation that are important: diversity, unity, synodality, to work together the church and with other congregations too. And you are inviting us to think that we have to work to clarify. So when we are walking forward, we are opening the way. Thank you for your reflection. Now we will invite Sister Catherine or Kitsi Rutten. I don't know if her name was good pronounced.
Very well.
Sister Catherine Rutten.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm a little overwhelmed and full of a lot of emotion after hearing Karen and the team this morning and reflections of the other fish in the bowl. I've spent a lot of my religious life, and I'm one of the old characters now. But I thank you, Betty, for that image. But I want to share with you my experience as I read that marvelous document that we received. As I was reading the document, I felt energized for many reasons which have been already expressed by others. But for me, it was the kind of energy that was gratitude and hope, joy, responsibility, and yes, a little twinge of fear. And as I was sitting with that feeling, I remembered an experience in my very early life. It was like the energy I had felt years ago as a young girl in my family when my mother returned from the hospital and presented all of us in the family with our new baby. That moved me deeply to have that memory come in the reading of this document on prototypes. And I wondered why the memory came at the time I was reading this document. And as I reflected on that, it came to me that Providence is presenting our congregational family with new life. And like a new baby, it gives so much energy and joy and hope to the family. We can touch it, engage with it, care for it, even play with it. And I realized that like the new baby carries the life of her family into the future. And that's certainly been true of the little babies that my mother brought home. This new life that we receive and welcome is described in these materials given to us. And my contemplation of all of that is that God will carry the providence, charism, and mission into the future with this new life. I felt so energized. And, you know, I went through, my mother labored, we had some babies come after I was older, and she had labor. I was a witness to that. And I was remembering also how we have labored toward this moment. In my own life, we've been working on this governance for quite some time. So first of all, I welcome the new baby. What is missing? Well, lots of details. When the baby is presented home from the hospital, it's just like, you know, it's brand new. All the details about that baby, that person, will follow, will be filled in over time as we engage with her, with our new life, as we get to know it better, and more questions come and more clarifications are needed as we grow, which is a very normal and God-given gift of life. As we shape this gift of life we're receiving and deepen our relationship with it, we will know more about it, and it will be who we are as a congregational family into the future. Where do I need clarification? For now, like others have said, I am content to recognize that God, Providence, is presenting us with new life. And I welcome the joy of that and the energy and the hope and even the fear sometimes, because like any young life, it has a whole trajectory to go through. And we are all together in this. I see that we all together will grow in our love for this new Providence life, this life form. We will help it take shape. It will strengthen us as we work with it, and it will move us deeper into a deeper living of our participation in the mission of Jesus Christ in today's world. That is why we are here. That is our charism, and it is our mission for the world today. So with the others that have shared, I want to say, offer my deepest gratitude to the members of the leadership team who obviously have spent prayer and time in developing what we are looking at today. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Kitsy, for that incredibly beautiful reflection. Absolutely new life is being presented to the congregation. And as I hear you, I remember a song in Spanish that says, Caminante no hay camino, the person that walks, there is no road. The road is made by walking. Se hace camino al andar. And you offer that in a really beautiful image. As I hear the five of you, I have no doubt you are women of Providence. I can hear the charism in the space between, in your energy, in the willingness to try something, even when the details are missing. Before we move to the break-in, we will respect the time, because we know those of you on the West Coast have not had breakfast yet. So I'm going to invite the leadership team, Karen and her team. There were some questions that you heard from our sisters swimming in the fishbowl. Would you like to offer just a few initial responses? And I want to highlight, we will have more time for questions throughout the day. It's important to ask the questions, but I want to invite everyone to ask the right questions. The questions that clarify, the questions that focus, the questions that birth the new life, the questions that allow us to bring this baby forward. So let's just think of our questions for a moment, and I'm going to invite the leadership team. Are there any initial comments you have from the first set of questions you have heard? So Karen, Hortense, Nancy, Josie, where are you?
Well, I have been looking around to catch the eye of one of our team members, and nobody's looking at me. So I will begin by, first of all, expressing gratitude for the obvious reflection that our five sisters have taken in preparation for today, and the hopes that every sister with the documents has spent some prayer time and some reflection time and possibly discussion with others on the document, because it is in our hearing what isn't clear or what excites that will help us to continue to move forward. each one of our 5 sisters warmed my heart to hear each of them, and to also note where clarification may be needed. And what I felt most was that each of them sees herself as one who is participating in this unfolding, because it is true, we don't have all the details that will be necessary. But unless we have this basic fundamental understanding of the concepts involved, we won't be able to get to what it is that is our hope related to this, and why it is that we think this is necessary. Most of all, how much we do need one another, and all of the resources of our congregation, all the gifts that God has given us in each person that God has called to be a Providence sister. So before answering any specific question, I would just like to be able to express that and express gratitude for what has been shared with us so far.
Yo también quisiera compartir con ustedes.
I would also like to share with you and thank you for the sharing, which was very deep. And I really enjoyed listening the theme about listening to the importance of our age sisters. This is something that has helped us during this time to be conscious of the voice and the wisdom of our age sisters. Something which remains in our mind from a meeting of the governance committee where our sisters from the infirmary were able to participate. What comes to mind is what one of them said, and she was really happy. She said, how it is rich that we can participate in those meetings. It was a meeting on governance, because if we are ill, but we can't walk well, or we can't talk, but we have a clear mind and we can share. And she told me, please put my name for all the future meetings. But she passed away a few months after that. But this enthusiasm is something we see in our age sisters who want to continue participating and being part of this process. And for this, we want equality for all sisters, and we've been working on it to put it in this model so that they can participate in those meetings, that they can get together, that they could have access to all the documents that are being sent. And we have noted that. We've noted the growth of the provinces in this work, in this process with our age sisters, who are the basis of our congregation. So I believe that the model illustrates that we're all equal, that we all need each other, from the youngest one to the oldest one, and that together we can continue our mission and building this way. Alone we can't do it. We really need each other to do it. And we need the gifts of all the sisters of Providence to reach our goals. So thank you very much for your sharing. It was really beautiful.
I too would like to share my joy in what I heard. It was really, really beautiful, and it gives a lot of hope. But in terms of one thing that it reminded me of, how much we take things for granted. We take for granted that our elderly sisters are part of local communities, or in words that we use, whole congregation, and take for granted that they are included. But I think I'm reminded as I hear today's reflections that maybe we do need to do a little something to make it stand out, that they are very important to us. It's true that we are doers and we like to do, but also we do need this important quality of our elderly sisters in the being of who we are. So I'm thankful for that reminder, and maybe that's one thing we need to clarify in our design of structure and in the reality of living out our structure, to emphasize the importance of our elderly sisters. But thank you so much I'm really so excited about what I heard.
Moi également, je remercie beaucoup
Equally, I would also like to thank the 5 sisters who shared with us. And I'm really touched by the image of the baby that Sister Kitsy gave us. Yes, a new baby has just been born. And I think that we must all take care of this baby, all of us. When the baby is presented to us, what do? We try to touch it, to caress it. We want to spend time with this baby. And we all have the responsibility to help this baby to grow. And each one of us must give the best of herself so that the baby grows in health and walks with us and lives with us. So I really like the image of the baby, and I think that we will do our best, each one at her own level, to collaborate to see how we will grow together with this baby. As to the question to know, the question about the intermediary circles going from 2 to 1, I think we understood the question, and we will look together how we will do to go from 2 circles to 1. Thank you, Sister Claire Lou, for your question, for your very pertinent question. We will take act on it, and we will see together how we will manage to go forth together. And as Sister Annette just said, the accent will be put on the age sisters, and we will see how we can give more importance to our sisters who are the infirmers, and see what we can do for them and how we could place them in our model. Thank you for this very deep sharing, and may God help us to work together toward unity for the good of the mission. Thank you. I would also like to thank you for your sharing, the sharing of the 5 persons who did share. And one thing that remained in my thoughts and encourages me to think deeper is one of the reflections of Judy, who says she found energy in the fact to see the consolidation of the local communities and being international, interdependent, intercultural. It's a new life that we must to implement by creating these new relations. So we will see more how we can develop this way, as was suggested, how this can be done, this living in the 3 eyes in the local communities. Thank you.
One thing that for me was striking with the sharing is the authenticity of the sharing, the honesty of each one, revealing that you really did reflect on the document and the questions you posed and the initial invitation that you have felt. And it's like I with your sharing, it's like giving me also energy to look at this giving birth, this new baby being born among us. And one to add to what the other team members had said, I'm grateful for naming that we sisters could no longer see ourselves as we can do it on our own, but our sufficiency a, is a partnership with other congregations, with persons, men and women with expertise, in order to be effective with our mission, with the care of our sisters, and how we administer, and how we could be able to live our consecrated life well. So thank you for naming that, and we hope that we could bring forth, strengthen more those comments in the development of the details of the prototypes.
I think that's everyone in the leadership team, right? Yes. All right. Well, I don't want to keep anyone from lunch or breakfast or a break or the necessary moving away from the screen that we have to do, but I'm going to give you one task before we leave the Zoom. So first of all, the agenda, Guy sent the agenda with the link, and Nancy also put it on the chat. So you know when the breaks are, very important. Secondly, we are going to play with the chat feature. I love that image that Kitsi said. You've also got to play with the baby. You have to be creative. So maybe there is a question or a comment that you have based on what you have heard. Please type it in the chat feature. Type it. It doesn't matter if it's in English, French, or Spanish. Someone on the team reads one of those languages. Type the questions so the team can look at them over the next hour and see where the questions are, where they're flowing. So ahora vamos a ir a un descanso de 1 hora.
Now we will take a 1 hour break. I have no notion of what time it is in each part of the congregation, but in the Eastern zone, it is 12. In the Central zone, it's 11 o'clock. And in the Western zone, it's 9 o'clock in the morning, but whatever the time for each one of you, we will take a deserved pause for an hour. But before this hour, please write in the chat your questions, your comments in your own language. Somebody in the leadership team will be able to read it. But please write it. Oh, I was amazed by this, so I have a question or I have a doubt about this. But write it in the chat, and when you finish your hour break, thank you to the Sisters of Leadership, thank you to the sisters who participate in the sharing. We will give it a virtual applaud that all of them see, because it was really a very inspired session. Thank you very much to everyone for your sharing. So write your questions in the chat and then have a good rest.
Can I ask, please, if it's better to leave your computer on and connected? Don't disconnect now, I think. Is that correct?
Yes, that's better. Leave your computer connected, but please mute. And type your question. Type your question in the chat. And if you don't have a question, that's okay. And if you don't know how to use the chat, that's okay. No problem.
Yep.
que ustedes tuvieron una pausa
Sisters, welcome back to the rest of our day. I hope you had a real break. And I was very happy to see everybody talking to everybody and greeting each other. Me da gusto ver cómo se quieren y se están saludando unas a otras.
I really appreciate to see how you love each other and how your greetings one to the other ones. I realize that you love each other, and it's very pleasant for me to see that.
For this segment of the agenda, we are going to do a little bit of a reflection I'm going to offer, and then we're going to go to groups. Sister Joba Dali will facilitate that process. The leadership team invited me to share the reflection that I offered your leadership conference. That is the provincial teams and the general leadership team together. And I gave them this reflection first in April when the outgoing teams were gathered, and then in October, so the new teams would have kind of that same context for the conversation around governance prototypes. So today I'm going to do a little summary so you all hear the same thing. But as I begin, I am pretty sure we need to remember that this Providence conversation around governance happens in a greater context, the context of the church and the context of the world. And today, the whole world is watching what is happening in Ukraine. We all know that it is a big change in the way things have been in our world. Pope Francis has already called us to a special day of fasting and prayer next week. And I have seen all morning the news and all religious organizations and congregations posting the need to pray for peace, the need to pray for the people of Ukraine, and the need to pray for all of us, because what happens in one part of the world affects every part of the world. So we are gathered in that context. And I also want to say that your conversation around prototypes, around changes, around birthing and bringing this new baby to life, do not happen in the vacuum of the greater religious life. What is happening to Providence is happening to all of us. To all of us. One of the blessings I've experienced over the years is I always tell my sisters here in my congregation, we are not that special. We are not that special. We have the same challenges, the same questions, the same dreams, the same hope. And as many of your speakers said, you have been journeying to one for a long time. So what are the stories? What are the stories that you are telling about this journey to one? And I remember that in Spanish, the word recordar comes from the Latin recordis, which means to pass through the heart. Volver a pasar por el corazón. One more time. So today, as you heard the leadership team and then the fishbowl conversation, it's not enough to pass these prototypes through the head. It's important to move to the heart. Many of you said, there's energy, what excites me. what happened in me. There's hope. These are not technical words. These are words that inspire. What has inspired your journey to one? I told your leadership teams last year that we need to be ready to make the turn. And I used a quote from Ted Dunn. He recently wrote a book, but he also published this in the occasional papers for LCWR. A bend in the road is not an end in the road unless you fail to make the turn, said Helen Keller. Many communities will fail to make the turn. Some will wait until it is too late, and by the time they wake up, they will have exhausted their resources and will to change. They will make only incremental changes, believing they are doing what is needed, only to discover their safe, small changes are not enough. And some of the most resilient communities will successfully make this bend in the road and bring forth new life. Como dice Don, estamos a punto de dar la vuelta.
We are just close to make the turn. They are it exists congregations that they will not make that turn because they do small changes, but the resilience one, they will do it. The question is, which congregation is the congregation of the Sisters of Providence? Are you the one who are trusting Providence and will turn, or the one who will be too afraid? It is not the same, it doesn't mean the same thing to turn in a small curve instead of turning in a curve like this. In this time, post-pandemic time, in war, at this time, with a lot of migrants in movement, with consecrated life, who is in transition, is like that, not like this. We are invited to give that turn without having clarification about everything, without having a clarification for everything. Sister Karen was saying this morning that if we don't turn, we will fail in our way. We are invited to make a change of transformation, a real change in faith, trust, taking risk, not only having small changes.
We need to ask ourselves, where is Providence on this journey? Where is Providence on this journey? It has been many years. You've been talking about the journey to one, almost like Exodus. Sister Joan Chittister wrote that it does not take 40 years to go from Egypt to Israel, but that the people of Israel needed the 40 years to be ready to go to the promised land. Could it be that your journey has been part of what Providence needed to be ready? Your dream is to become one. But I remember one day, one of my sisters, our congregation reconfigured. We dissolved our provinces, one level of governance. And we kept repeating over the years, we have to become one, we have to become one. And finally, in one assembly, she got up and she said, I'm tired of this. When we were provinces, we were one. I did not belong to another congregation. I belonged to one congregation. What do you mean one? What does one mean? I am a sister of Providence. The one in Peru is a sister of Providence. The one in Ireland is a sister. What does it mean? And I think there's a new meaning in the journey to one that you are called to explore, because the time we're in demands a greater sense of unity in diversity. It demands that we show the world that we can get along even if we have different theologies, if we speak different languages, if we think differently about ministry or dress differently. In the end, the whole world is saying, you cannot keep doing this the same. A long time ago, I was on retreat and I found this street sign. Caution, basically, if you keep going straight, you'll go right into the water. That is the image I would offer you today. In your hearts, you know it's time, but it's not easy. It's not easy. Everyone in religious life needs to reorganize. Everyone. Y no solo nos tenemos que reorganizar.
And we don't only need to reorganize because we are less. This is minimalist. It is practical. But we need to reorganize because we have to offer another testimonial. The unity in diversity, etc. That's why I would like to offer this image, ecosystem image, the image that everything is connected. Everything is connected. A few years ago, here in San Antonio, we saw appear for the first time monarchas butterflies here in our property of our congregation. For more than 20 years, volunteers have been working in a space, in a kind of green sanctuary that we call a Blue Lagoon, putting off invasive plants, taking care of the forest, this small forest that we have. And then, after 20 years working on this, the butterflies came back. I learned something from those persons. They have trust that in each act they do, that the links that they had between them and with the nature, they will create a change. They thought that the ecosystem, it is a community of interactions. A community of interactions. Today, you see your own model, and I like it a lot because you put a movement. At the beginning, I told Karen, it seems that there are sellers who are coming and going, the service group, the local communities. There is an energy who's going out of there. You are creating a new ecosystem of providence. You are given a new opportunity to have more interaction in the ecosystems, more diversity that we have more resilience, more connected that we are, more healthy it's the ecosystem.
An ecosystem that is diverse is healthier. And an ecosystem where everything is connected is a very healthy one. So I invite you to think as we go through this prototype today, how do I feel connected? How do I feel connected to Providence, to one Providence? Where is my connection? Where do I plug in? How many connections do I have? I was watching you talk to each other at the break. Oh, I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you? There are many connections between Chile and Haiti and the West Coast and Montreal and already there are little connections. We're strengthening those connections. Strengthening those connections. Thirdly, I think it's critical that religious life prototype, that Providence prototype for the emerging future. We have had a way of organizing for a very long time that worked very well. But it's time to prototype in all of religious life. And we're going to make mistakes. When I heard Kitsi this morning, I remembered it's not the same thing to have the first baby than the third or the fourth baby. Parents make mistakes with the first baby. They're more nervous. A prototype makes us anxious. Is it going to work? Can we have clarity? Or who's going to take care of my teeth or my knee surgery? It's important, but we need to prototype. And that's why I appeal to two models that we've been using a lot in the Americas and throughout the world. The first is the idea of the U theory. We need to move beyond linear thinking into thinking where we know that sometimes we start to crystallize. We start to move up the U because we get an intuition. We get a sense that it's time to move. You don't need all the answers, but you need to be doing this like an art. Sister Anne Munley taught me something very important. She said, Tere, the you is an ongoing you. You see, you feel, you crystallize, incarnate, but then you see, feel, and again and again and again. Our journey is a spiral. You're only asked to reflect on the next best step. There is a lot of fog. There's a lot of fog. That's all we can do in religious life. The best next step. Except it has to happen together. And what I told the leadership team is that in these transitions, there are 4 different roles. We have used this in LCWR. We call it the 2-loop theory. That's loop 1. I'm just going to show all of it so you see it. And that's loop 2. This is something that's beginning to end the first loop. But there's always something that begins to emerge. That's the second loop. Notice how the second loop does not start where the other one ends. It starts before. Because the first thing that happens, and there are people who are wayfinders, who start to notice maybe something needs to change. The wayfinders then also need hospice care, because something that we love is ending. When congregations close provinces, ministries, houses, there's a lot of grief, and we have to honor that. And some of our sisters are very good at that. But we also need sisters that can be midwives. Today we heard the image of a baby and a long process of birthing. Someone needs to midwife. And we also need bridge builders. Bridge builders. But I want to emphasize something. All of this takes time. And it doesn't happen first one thing, then the other, then the other. It's happening at the same time. At the same time, you have sisters that are beginning to imagine something. You have sisters that are taking care for what is disappearing, for what we are losing. You have sisters that are building bridges, and then you have those that are midwives and birthing. Hay un rol para cada una. Hay un rol para cada una en este.
It is a different role for each one of us in this process. I am finishing offering. We have to have leadership to make that turn. And we have to have leadership, not only formal leadership, not only the leadership of the sisters who were elected. It is very important, the General Council, the provincial teams, the planning, the committee planning from the chapter, but also we have to have leadership in local communities, in our elderly houses and retired houses, but also in the sisters' information. We have to have a leadership to make that turn. And what kind of leadership? I will offer you some ideas, and then the providence will find others. First, we have to create the meaning, the making, the sense. We have to know why. If we know why, we know how.
Segundo,
Second, stay out of the way. Stay out of the word of the spirit of providence, of the prototypes. If I don't understand, if I'm afraid, at least I have to stay out of the way. Third, convene the conversations, the journey together. Very important to do everything in conversation, and as Claudia says, participating from the base, from the foundations. We have to know how to govern the difference. It is not the same thing to be in Haiti and to be in Montreal or to be in Philippines. There are a lot of difference in Providence family, and it's good, because living in difference, in unity, it's a witness of this world who is divided.
So we need to live in that diversity. But we also need to decide. We need to decide. You cannot be birthing forever. You cannot be thinking about something forever. You will never know all the details. But you have to start the journey. You have to decide. That is your process. And when you do, collaboration will be key. Judy said, this is a time of synodality. And when I think of synodality, I love this image. This is Pope Francis when he did the synod on the Amazon. And sometimes I don't have time to read everything, but I like looking at the pictures. And I thought to myself, what a messy picture. It doesn't look like Rome. Everybody's all over the place. There's lay people, clergy people, the Pope, there's sisters, there's native peoples, but they're all together and they're walking. That to me is an image of synodality. We start to move in this diversity and we enjoy the journey. We enjoy the journey. So my invitation to all of you today, are you ready to make the turn together? Are you ready to make the turn together? Are you ready to offer a world divided, a world tribalized, that you can live in unity as one? Your charism will be energized by more connections, but it is your decision. It is your choice. It is the invitation before all of you. And all I can say in the end is that it is a privilege to accompany you on this journey. And thank you. Thank you for your willingness to try, for your willingness to truly give the rest of us hope and a witness to what Providence can do together. Sisters, you can do it, especially because you have a lot of women with character, as Betty reminded us. Those women with character have already seen a lot of transformation, and they are probably less afraid than those of us who are younger. Thank you. And now I turn it to Sister Jo Badali.
Well, thank you, Terry. Isn't she a woman with clarity and vision and hope and challenge? Really? And honesty. There is fear. Name the fear. But are we ready? Are you ready to make the bend in the road, to go forward? I think one of the things that strikes me is that you're of providence and you trust the provident God who's leading and directing 40 years in the desert and bringing to the new land, bringing us all to the new land. So thank you, Terry. Thank you for sharing. On the agenda now, it talks about taking some time for personal reflection. And we'd like to take 10 minutes for personal reflection. And I invite us to stay here for that 10 minutes. After the 10 minutes, we'll go into small groups for conversation. But I invite us for this 10 minutes to sit here as the congregation in contemplative silence. I invite you to reflect upon a couple of questions, and you may have other things. But as you were listening to the presentations this morning and to what Terry has just shared, is there a word or a phrase that is stirred in your heart that you want to remember? Word or a phrase that's stirred that you want to remember, that you need to remember? And what have you heard that will be helpful to you and to the congregation as you move forward in this process? Look for the helps. What's going to assist you in making this bend, going forward through the bend, around the bend? What have you heard that will be helpful to you and to the congregation as you move forward in this process? So we'll sit together in contemplative silence for 10 minutes. Pardon me for disturbing your contemplation, but I need to invite you to come back to the large group. Be with us again. We're now going to break up into small groups according to language. And I think the arrangements have all been figured out by the people who have the expertise in the technology and doing that kind of thing. So we'll break out into small groups and invite you to be in your group, to share fruit of your reflection, your questions, whatever comes to your heart that you would like to share in your small group. And we'll stay in our conversations until 15 minutes after 2 in Eastern time, but whatever hour world you're in, part of the world, 15 minutes after the hour, you should bring your small group conversation to a close and take a break. You might want to come back to the big room. Then we'll take a break, another hour break, and come back to the big group at 15 minutes, 3:15 in Eastern time. So let me say that again. We'll break up into small groups for about 35 minutes. Then you please take your break for an hour. Come back to the large group at what is in Eastern time, 3:15. Is that as clear as it can be? Ready? Are you ready? Said Terry earlier. Are you ready? Okay. Thank you. See you back in the big group at in Eastern time, 3:15. Now I think Guy and Nancy are going to break us up into small groups. You'll get a request, join. Click on join if that's what you see on your screen. I think there are still a couple of people who have not joined a small group.
Hello, everybody. I hate to interrupt all the greetings. I am enjoying all the greetings, all the connections, and I am sorry that we need to go back to work.
Yeah.
And well, first I want to tell you, your leadership team did not have lunch because they're looking at all your questions. So they're getting ready to answer. We are now going to have a block of time where we're going to invite, you went into groups and you maybe had some questions or a comment or an inspiration. A question or a comment you'd like to offer the group. So I'm going to wait and see if any hands come up.
Question. You no.
Okay, Lucille Vadney, go ahead.
Oui, alors dans notre groupe.
Okay, so in our group, we really appreciated the presentations offered And the image which struck us is that we won't always be able to go forth. One person made us think that we needed to stop, and another had another perception, because if we continue to advance, we may fall in the sea. And the other question was to coordinate the differences. But being important to take the turn. And we also said that it was important in our divided world to testify of unity and the providence who is looking after us. So we hope, we want to work together to show our trust in providence, and several express themselves to say how much they appreciated the presentation given before noon. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucille. So that the importance of that process and that witness of providence in a divided world. Let's see if there are any other hands raised. I'm looking to see. Raise your hand and open your microphone if you want to say, tell us what conversation you had in your group. Share some of that conversation with us. You don't have to have a question. Okay, Marie-Thérèse, adelante.
Go ahead.
Yes, in my group, we have a very rich conversation. It was very positive about what we heard this morning. And what we said also is, for this process, we need to really put our thought, our feeling in Providence hands. So he will guide us. And also we thought about, in the way of spirit, how we can trust in our foundresses. And we say also that we need to reinforce the unity that will help us, to move to one place to another, or to facilitate the ministry. Some people will say, okay, it will help us, to have people here, because we need people in where we are now to support us in our ministry. And also is a way to get to know to each other. And another thought was we need to, we were saying that the road is long. The road is really long. But each step, it will be important in this road we will choose now. We have some questions coming out about the local community. Some sisters were asking, do we need to be in the same place to be part in one local community? And another question was also, would we use another term than leader? So I think some concern was also about communication, because some people said if we become maybe one, the communication might be difficult, because they have this experience before us, a new member. So maybe some people, some sisters who were in my group can explain more about what they mean. And some sisters were saying they won't say yes today because they still have some questions. So they will ask the questions, and then after the response, they will say yes. So that was it was a really interesting conversation in the group. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie-Thérèse. Definitely, there is a spirituality for this transformation, and to enter into the mystery of your charism will be important. Questions about community, about communication, about leadership as a term. And I love the sisters that are not going to say yes today. That's good, because nobody needs to say yes or no today. Today, we are learning and discerning. Okay, let's see. Is there any other question or comment? Someone to share with the rest of us what you talked about in the group. Mary Phillips. But you need to unmute, Mary.
There we go.
Go ahead.
In our group, we had an interesting conversation as well. And we spoke about the word oneness that really came up many times in the sisters' presentations. And we talked about connectedness and centeredness, solidarity, and the word midwife. We need to have midwives among us because they are the ones that take action. But we also need our wisdom sisters. And like Sister Betty was talking about, the character of soul. So they are important in as we go forward in making decisions and taking steps forward. Also, we spoke about Sister Kitsy's with the baby. And we said we may have different ways, I think, of looking after a baby, but we all want what is best. And through listening to each other, we will know the best way to go. And listening to each other, we have a clearer vision and we see a bigger picture. So interconnectedness, oneness were big things that we spoke about, the importance, and providence, trusting in providence. And the other thing was having the courage to make that step, that turn, the full turn.
Thank you.
Trusting in providence with that as well.
Thank you, Mary. Beautiful words. And the wisdom sisters, the character of soul. Okay, let's hear from Sue Orlowski.
Our group was just a group of two. So we really didn't have a group. We just had two people. And we talked about, are you content even though you don't know all the details and they're not spelled out?
Mm.
And so that's a kind of a good place to be, because I can say that I am content at this point with the progress that we've made so far. I mean, all the work that the committee has put together and all that, I think has been amazing. So I come with a grateful heart for all the information that we've received. And then you have to risk taking, as an individual in a congregation, and take the first step by trusting in God and providence and the Spirit. Because if we say we're sisters of providence, we need to trust in providence and we need to go forward. And we were happy that the community at this point has decided, rather than going to regions, that they're going to a one congregation model with two circles for the prototype, the intermediary circles. And we thought that was great. That's all we have to say, because there were only two of us.
My goodness, and there were two of you, very profound. And we love your flowers.
Yeah, that's Manitou Park. In the spring, they have all kinds of flowers in the park. It's a conservatory.
Yes.
And I'm not at the conservatory at this point.
Well, you want us all to be there, but I have a feeling it's probably a little cold there right now.
It's chilly, very chilly.
Okay.
Arctic freeze we're in.
That's true. Well, thank you for that insight. And I love what you said. Are we ready to go forward even if we don't have all the details? That's just beautiful. Let's hear from Pat McKittrick.
So there were 6 of us in our group, and we had a lot of different ideas. And one of the things that came out was the ecosystem of providence, and how important that is that keeps us alive and keeps us going, and to be aware of our relationships to the people around us and our society and the world, and knowing that all of our relationships impact everyone else. And it's a call to an awareness of our greater self. We talked about the image about going around the curve, and talked about that as being not knowing where we're going, but being willing to take the risk. Talked about the bend in the road is not the end of the road, and to remember that. And there's a maturation process all along that we're living, and to live in the presence and see the reality and know the truth of what's going on around us. Talked about the image that had the fog. If you look forward, there was fog, and if you look backwards, there was fog. And someone said they'd be called to maybe go a little slower. And then her reaction was, then I stopped to think. I'm in a community, and we're not all in the same place. Some people are ahead of us, and some people are behind us, but we're not alone. And so we just need to see the reality of the present and find that truth. We said that we can make a mistake, and that's okay. There are others there to support us, and that even if we make a mistake, at least we've tried and we can move on. Then we certainly got into a lot of talk about Kitsy's baby and the new life that brings, and that when you get a new baby, you never know all the details. And so we don't know all the details, and maybe we do need to learn how to play and to adjust to what's going on, and that there'll be challenges. It's like when a family welcomes a baby in, when they're a baby, there's a certain way of adjusting, and as it gets a little bit older, there's other ways of adjusting, and we need to just be flexible. And that's vice versa. It's the baby adjusts, and so do the people that are in the family. We talked about the importance of honoring grief and seeing new life, hearing the voices and being creative, listening to the wisdom from our sisters and the sense of history. Also about the importance that, we're so fortunate to be in such a diverse community, and to recognize the culture and rootedness of all those that we're with. And then I think we said it was just important to walk together with providence and to witness to providence in our divided world. Thank you.
Thank you. That's absolutely Kitsy. That image of the baby is a beautiful image, but sometimes they cry at night, and sometimes they get sick, those babies, and sometimes you just want to give them back to their mother, right? So it's a flexibility and openness to the new that is required. Let's hear from Serena Chappelle.
So my group has encouraged me to share a little bit of what I shared with them. We were a group of 4, and many spoke on the powerfulness of that image that Kitsy gave us of the baby, and of the gestation period, of the growth of the baby, and then also of the labor that's involved in a baby coming to be in the world. And there was some beautiful images there, and what I shared though was a little bit different. And I said what struck me a lot from the presentation and the conversation this morning was that idea of more connections in an ecosystem, and more diversity creates the healthiest ecosystem we can find. And I think that I like the comparison of that ecosystem to our community. And I said, I think that we have the diversity very well down. And but I think that the connection that we have with each other across things can certainly grow to help us be a healthy community. And the other piece that really struck me, and I heard several times in different points this morning, was that question or idea of, are we ready, and can we offer the world we live in now, a very divided world, an example of what living as one, trying our best to live as one in the midst of that diversity can be? And as a newer member of the community, I don't have the history of how we have done things and what has been lived. But for me, that idea of what we can share with the world as a congregation by moving forward and trying our very best to be united. One of the things that has always struck me from what I first read in Mother Gamlin's writings is when she said, she prayed that we as a community may always love the poor and that peace and unity be always with us. And that unity and being unified is something that is very important to me. And so I thought, in the midst of our need and the realities of that need to reorganize and do things differently, we're also offering the world something, an example. And as Sisters of Providence, we are called to respond to the needs in our world now. And what is there in our world now? An awful lot of division. And so can we be that example of what it means to be united? We won't get it perfect, and I really liked, when you said, that we'll make mistakes. And I am a grade 1 teacher, and I'm constantly telling my kids, you have to make mistakes. You can't grow and learn new things if you don't try new things. And if you try new things, you're going to make mistakes. And that's a part of growing. And so it just kind of touched me that how, although as we look at this, there's a lot of inward thinking on us as a community, that the real kind of purpose and why behind that is not just for us, that it's actually for the world. And it's us trying to bring providence to the world through living in unity.
Wow, Serena, that was beautiful. Us bringing providence to the world through living in unity. Thank you. Absolutely a great summary of this day's conversation. We now have Valencia Pierre with her hand up. Valencia.
For us, we were 5 in our group. The sharing, we felt like being parachuted, but we trust providence. We say that everything goes through the love, through the heart. If there's love among us, then we can go forth. Providence leads us to a turn which we believe will bring fruit to the whole congregation. If there is joy and hope in this process, because of the availability of each sister, it's not always easy, but in the opening and the courage, we can engage to take this turn together.
Muchas gracias, Valencia.
Thank you very much, Valencia, because the parachutist doesn't know when he will fall. Well, he will land on the earth. And you're in that moment in your congregation, you're parachuting. Now, Natalie Jean has her hand up. We will listen to her. So for our group, we were 6. There were 6 of us in our group. And I will mix the 2 questions to which we replied. So we remembered phrases and terms: gratitude, hope, challenge, listening, silence, to go forth, unity, together, turn, trust. And also, we spoke about about careful planning, careful and shared planning. We also saw that it is necessary that our sisters be informed. We also spoke about the turn. We saw it as a way of living our charism and our mission as sisters of Providence, but also it doesn't take away our fear to see that there are people missing to be able to take on responsibilities, and there are sisters who could not transmit formation. Also, we see it's important to have sisters or lay people who can take on responsibilities and who are integrated in our congregation. And we saw together preoccupations, and at the end, there was a question that came up to see the place or the responsibility of the associates in this circle, because in our congregation we have associates, but we didn't see where they were located in this circle. That is a question that remains in our minds. Thank you. That was it. Thank you, Natalie. How good it is to talk about a shared and careful planning and the questions about the associates. We have time for 2 more questions or comments. So I will pass the microphone to Francine and then to Annette Schubert, and then we will come back to the leadership team. So Francine, go ahead. In our group, we spoke about the amazement regarding the image of the new baby coming, and we made a link with the grandparents who see coming their grandchildren, but who won't see him grow. And it's like talking about our aged sisters and the sisters who are less aged. The wonderment before the turn, we said that we are praying for all our sisters who are working closely in this process to help us to understand better. We also said that we must thank the Lord, and to trust, because Providence is there and will always be there. And in our group, the image of the newborn was very welcome. We also had the image of the various turns that we saw in the presentation. Sometimes we don't know what will happen, but the essential thing is to take care together, because with the image of the newborn, while we prepare for this newborn, it requires a lot. It requires to make analysis, to prepare for the arrival of this newborn. And that is how we made this link to our situation here, who are preparing to live the concretization of this project. We talked about that it's very important to be ready to live this challenge, and this is to help us to live this challenge, and we have to be available and disposed. By looking and hearing the dialogue about the prototype, there are things that we can see pause a lot of questions, but we can also say it's the will of God. We're praying so that the will of God be carried out. It's as if we had this process for a long time, and with this prototype, we see that there are things that are becoming clearer. We can see that it's clear. And we also said that the energy comes from the way of describing it in all this process. And it's with trust that we can progress, go forth. What also gives us energy is all the preparation that we're doing to take this turn, to prepare ourselves so that when we take the turn, that it won't be a surprise, that we will always be ready, and together we hand in hand we can take this turn and go forth in trust and in collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Francine. And I love that image that when the grandchildren come, the grandparents get more energy. They're full of energy and joy. So absolutely, you're speaking to the intergenerational reality. Very well. Okay, the last comment or question, you get the word of wisdom, Annette.
Thank you. We had 7 in our group, and we had a few things a little different, but a lot of the same things that we talked about when we talked about words or phrases. We talked about flexibility. We talked about it's important to be together, and it's time to move on. It's time to make a choice for life and not death. And it's really time to take that turn. And an image of the butterfly was another image that came for us, in terms that the butterfly, the caterpillar, really needs to let go and enter into an unknown process, truly to become the butterfly. And that's a real call to transformation. And we believe we've been in that process, but that butterfly just gives us another image of that. We talked about the walking. The road is made by walking, that was important. The importance of it's time to decide, to collaborate and really work together and to share our various gifts along the way. That's our responsibility. It was important for us, again, the baby image seems like a tremendous image. And one of the things we shared about the baby is that the baby, in order to learn to walk, to make that road by walking, that baby has to fall. And usually babies aren't too concerned about the falling. They go and they fall and they get up and they go and they fall, and then they want to go for something that they see and they go after it, falling and rising and falling and rising, and they seem to be able to get there. And so we're kind of called to take that part too, is to be willing to fall and to rise and to go again to what it is that we're really seeking and looking for. And one of the pieces I think it's important for us to hear as we talked is that we have a lot of hope in our new members. We, for the most part, were saging members in our group, and we have a lot of hope in our newer members because we see them with so many talents and gifts and leadership skills. So we're excited about that future, and we want to delight in the baby that's coming before us, and to delight in all of the goods and the falls and the risings and all of that together. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Annette. Hearing you, I there's a little quote I have in my room that says, "Just when the caterpillar thought it was all over, it became a butterfly." Just when the caterpillar thought it was all over, it became a butterfly. Well, sisters, we are now going to go to your leadership team. I know you have realized how hard they have been working, and I have learned working with them that everything they do 3 times. Because first they do it in French, then in English, then in Spanish. So it's triple work. So we are going to go to the leadership team who's going to begin to answer or to give a response to some of the questions that were raised on the chat or here or anywhere. So Karen, please join me on the spotlight.
Thank you, Taryn, and thank you to each of you that spoke about your group and the wisdom shared there. It's very helpful, and we know that not all of you had the opportunity to speak, but I hope that you will put into the chat some of the questions and insights that you think will help us as we continue on the journey. There's no way that we can answer all of the questions today that were put into the chat, and there was no way that we could discuss them all during the break. But what I can tell you is that, well, first of all, there may not be answers to all of the questions that were in the chat. But we will be looking at those questions and trying to formulate responses to them that we would be able to send to you. And then you may answer the questions also as you continue to think about and pray about and discuss with your local community some of what we've been discussing here. But let me begin by addressing one of the questions and then inviting the rest of the team members to also contribute to it. It's the answers come through the opportunity to discuss the questions. And there was a question that was asked by Sister Donna Burkhart, and a very practical question. And that is, in practical terms, and for the average sister, what will be, if anything different in our day-to-day lives? I will begin by saying that it is the hope that every sister of Providence would be touched by whatever changes are made, especially that every sister will experience a greater connection with other sisters throughout the world who are sisters of Providence. And part of that happens by sisters truly being motivated to be interested in the sisters in other parts of the world, in addition to sisters that may be in the same country as they, or what we know now as the same province as we have right now. There are opportunities to become more aware by participating in more opportunities like these gatherings, or taking the time to really read what is happening in other countries. And if you can't read, to ask someone to do that for you. The other thing is that we would hope that sisters would feel inspired to use their own initiative to connect with other sisters than those they know best. We know that some of that has begun to start. We know that there are sisters who are choosing to form faith-sharing groups with sisters who are not in the country in which they serve now. We know that there are other initiatives that have been taken. So that is among the ways. There would be a difference in the way in which sisters connect with what we call the administrative centers. And that more of that will be fleshed out later. There may be more that the local leader or a coordinator or whatever we're calling that person more delegated to that person. So these are a few ways, but as I say, we would hope that every sister would feel an experience of being touched by and opportunities to grow as Sisters of Providence in our community of the Four Eyes, and supported by others in what it is that they are doing. So I would invite any other team member who would like to make a comment related to that particular question to chime in.
I would just add to that I think it will offer us some good challenges in I would say reforming or restructuring or modifying our community groups. And one of those challenges might be, let us learn another language to be able to communicate and connect with those from other countries.
That's a beginning answer to that question. There was another question that followed that. We kind of started at the beginning and went down. But there was a question from Celia Chapel about the opportunities for sisters who had not reached their 50th Jubilee to connect with each other, to share their ministry realities, dreams, and needs, so that they may be encouraged, assisted, and possibly choose to engage together in ministries being birthed in these unfolding times in our congregational future. And Sister Nancy will address that question.
Creo que esta pregunta va muy...
This question is very related concerning what we were sharing with the last question. This kind of initiative help us to grow in time. Today, through the technological things, we are able to do a lot of things, and we could go further than barriers. So if someone among us would like to meet together, to meet together those who are close to or before having a 50 Jubilee, you could ask us to facilitate interpreters and the technological things to facilitate to get to know each other better and to continue growing up in this one work of unity. All those things could motivate us to keep on dreaming that everything is possible. And this is one of the things that the pandemic taught us. Today, we don't have any barriers, geographical barriers, or we are allowed to do everything what we want, but we have to incentivize it and we have to motivate it. So if you would like to have a gathering, we could support you. We could help you with the links, with the interpretation. These are the ideas to create new levels, to get to know each other better and to be together.
I would just like to make a comment about that, because I think that our world and our community is changing. I can imagine that there may be the thought on the part of a sister who might have this idea that I can't do that without going to the provincial leadership team or going to the formation team, or it's what are all of the hoops that one must go through to do something. This is one of the notions about the one congregation is, can some of the hoops that we don't need be reduced? Can there be initiative without what we may have needed before if we were to connect with someone in a different province? Or so just to say, this is a part of what we're trying to figure out. What is the best way of supporting initiative and of being able to try things differently than perhaps we have tried at other times. There was another question. There were a couple questions that were related to the administrative circle, and the intermediary circles. If you will notice on the diagram, maybe Nancy, you could put that up, put our model up of the intermediary circle. The administrative circle is the support for the intermediary circle. It's not the leadership team, it is support of the sisters. So as you see the administrative center, is in support of the whole circle. It would have a person who would lead the team of people, mostly lay people with expertise in the areas that we talked about, but also sisters who would be prepared to serve there. And they would be in service of the sisters, and the intermediary circle leadership team would relate to that group. That administrative centers doing the business and management pieces of the work for the sisters would also be in relationship with each other. If there are more than one center, and we imagine that there would be more than one administrative center, and with the congregational circle administrative center. So I hope that if you reread in the prototype description the role and function of the administrative center, you will see that it is in service of the local communities and handles some of the areas, like the finance areas, preparing the reports of the finances of the intermediary circle, supporting the archives, supporting the various functions. So that Sister Roland, maybe you'd like to talk further with regard to the administrative center and its relationship to the leadership team of the intermediary circle.
Oui. Au niveau du centre administratif, souvent dans les régions ou dans les...
in the very often we need to refer to someone very close to us, talking about concerning health system or immigration regulations of the proper country, or needs of financial stuff for the sisters. And those things could be done in the administrative circle. And the other circle will be taking care of the sisters. They won't be very specified with the technical things that now they are done. Nowadays, they are done in the provincial levels with the general treasurer or provincial treasurers. Those parts will be done in the different regions, but will be done by the intermediary circle leadership. Another question was if there were administrative centers or circles in all the regions. I think it is good to have an administrative center close to the sisters, or in a certain region, to know the rules of the countries and to be aware of what's happening in that place or in the country. For example, an administrative center in the north, in the south, in the west. And also in another countries, we could have a small one in Haiti because we have more sisters information there, but it is always in evolution. So we cannot say now that it's that way and it will remain that way. It's in a constant evolution. Is it answer the question?
On peut poser la question, le nombre de centres administratifs.
Then it means that the number of administrative center doesn't depend of the intermediary circles. Well, it's a good question, but I don't have the answer. There is a possibility, but maybe no. It's in continued evaluation. But the only thing that remains, it is a center that have to be easy access for the sisters, but also for the for the intermediary leadership teams. Those centers are related also with the administrative center of the Congregational Administrative Center. So we have to have a certain unity for the whole congregation.
Karen, I imagine you still have a list of questions, but I would like to invite us to just take a little pause, just a 2-minute pause. And everyone on the screen, hopefully you're all still awake. I'm checking to make sure everybody that has the screen on is awake.
There's an issue with regard to interpretation. There are two in Spanish and none in French. Could you repeat, Dare, what you said?
What I'm trying to make sure is, I see most of us are awake, but this is the hard time of the day. But let's take 2 minutes. We've heard a lot of questions, comments, images. There's a prototype that is before you, and you all got the material. You all have been hearing about the circle and the administrative center and the connections. So let's just make a pause to be sure that is there any question, anything that would keep you from moving or any clarity that you all need. So just 2 minutes of just a pause in silence. What energy are you feeling? Where is the energy right now? Very well, Karen and leadership team. I think you're in Montreal. I'm not really sure. Yes, Montreal, at the International Center. Are there any questions that you have seen that you think would help clarify the conversation? You might not have all the answers, but something that helps just clarify as we move forward. Karen, anything else you all found in the list of chat or in what you've heard?
There are questions, a couple related to the notion of ad experimentum, or what it would take to enter into this time. And the document did mention ad experimentum, that it is possible to have a province dormant while we try something. But it's also, as we've been talking, it is also important that we move together. And so the notion of, well, maybe two provinces trying this and seeing how it works, we really question the wisdom of that. Again, because of the spirit that we've been trying to create here, and that we need all of us on the journey, trying to provide greater sense of we're doing things together in a similar sort of way. And there's not a holding back of some to watch and see what happens. We're not this isn't a spectator sport that we're engaged in right now. It's a team. And what we're trying to have is that sense of the movement together. And we will be able to help each other on the journey because we're all trying to make it work. So that is the answer to that question of we don't know the answer. Do we want to do it in a spirit of ad experimentum? We have the ability to move forward with what we've described in what our Constitution tells us. So it's not like we have to do ad experimentum before going to Rome to ask for changes in our constitutions. So that is the notion, rather than having two provinces ready to go and going to how can we make this, describe this in a way that we can all do it together and learn together. So that's an answer to one of the questions about ad experimentum. And then that partly addresses the question that was addressed to you, Ter, in French. I have to find it here. That had also had to do with the dormancy. That the provinces can be dormant or they can be suppressed. And according to the constitutions, the general leadership team does have the authority to suppress. But of course, with our way of operating, our synodal way of operating, we doing this together is the preferred way of doing it. The it will be, can we conclude that for our future and for the changes that have been occurring internally and externally, are we at the point where provinces do not serve us the best? And we are willing to turn the bend and to find another way. And that's what this prototype development has been about, to have us moving together as one. The other question there was about the numbers of counselors, and I'm congregational counselors that would be needed. That's a question that we will need to look at. Do we need more or less for this new model? Again, also recognizing that we talked about the expanded congregational council, and the notion there was that the general leadership team would meet, but as and issues would be brought forward for the extended council, which would take into the decision-making process the intermediary circle leader or leaders. So that is my attempt to answer that question. Is there anyone else would like to answer the question?
Karen, can I respond to the number of members in a local community?
Please do, Josie. We recognize that it's 4:25 in the morning for Josie, but thank you for hanging in there with us. Please respond.
Yes, one of the questions of which that our team had tried to gather wisdom is about how many would be the minimum number of members of a local community. And we said we did not designate a fixed number, but brings forth a mindfulness that it be like an ecosystem of which there is the sufficient nurturing, a number that's enough to support one another, to be of service of one another in the living of the charism, the consecrated life, and providence mission. Sufficient and nurturing enough to facilitate healthy community living, which is beyond physical living together. That it be flexible enough to allow life and diversity to take place, and inclusive enough so that it is a fertile ground to nurture interdependence, intergeneration, and all intercultural aspects and interdependent realities of the congregation. We see this as a topic of which the answer is evolving, inviting us to continue dialogue and communal discernment in consideration to rapid changes, to emerging realities within and external of the congregation. Surely, like what Pat McKittrick had written in the chat space, she said, it is an aspect calling us to make new paths.
Thank you, Josie.
Karen, I don't know if you have more, but I see a raised hand at the St. Joseph. Is that a question, sisters? And I want to be sure that we honor your question.
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
I just wanted to ask Karen, in terms of what we're discussing, is we use the constitutions as the basis, which I think is great, and it's open. And we also use region, and we use apostolic membership within the church. And when we talk about synodality and what our relationship is, we might not be thinking in terms of the same thing. And I think when we talk about the persons working with us, most of us are already doing that. But what are these relationships for us as apostolic women in the church, or what the church might be?
I'm sorry, Mary. I need someone to help me to know what you said, because the microphone for me, I couldn't understand you well. So someone who did understand, could you just rephrase the comments that Mary made?
Or go ahead, Mary, maybe just so we can hear again. You started with the constitutions and that there's an openness there, but go ahead.
And the question that I'm raising is that there can be different understandings of an apostolic religious province and a community and a relationship as women in the church.
So there can be a different understanding, Karen, of what a community or an entity can mean. So if you could speak to, there's different ways basically of interpreting. That's how I'm hearing the question. Even something like local community, a little like what Josie just mentioned, but so speak about the different ways of understanding even an apostolic membership in the church. So to speak to your constitutions also.
Does someone else want to answer that? If I'm understanding correctly, and I'm sorry if I'm not, our constitutions, I think, make it pretty clear in terms of the local community in the section under community life, and make it clear that it is organized in 48 for the sake of the mission, and the lifestyle of each local community takes into consideration our interdependence, the availability of the sisters for their various ministries, and the support of their spiritual life. I think we have quite a bit of flexibility in terms of our constitutions in how the local community is configured. We don't say that the local community has to be a house. We don't say that a local community has to be in the same city. We can in the light of the description, we can configure it with quite a bit of freedom. So we know that in what we have as provinces today, that there are different configurations in different provinces. Okay. We know that in some it is a house. In others, it is a collection of people who live in different places, and in some cases, even different countries that are part of the same local community. So in terms of Mary, I think that I don't know if I'm answering specifically the question you raised, but I think we have the flexibility to make it what we think will work for us for our goal of this greater sense of one congregation, and also a congregation that wishes to be a model of diversity, unity in diversity. So we can look at some of our practices and we can have a congregational conversation about what has worked best for us. How have things evolved? And where do we see the sharing of the rich resources that we have with each other? Again, for the sake of mission. I would just invite others to respond to that question as you understood Mary's question.
Okay. Sister Karen.
Karen, I love our Constitution and I love our communities. I think where confusion is when you interchange the terms of province and region in relationship to church.
Okay, so I'm hearing that where there's a confusion between the term of province and region in relationship to church, Karen. So that they're province and region in terms of an entity that is created. So
in terms of the way in which the constitutions talk about regions, again, like provinces, regions are a number of local communities. The issue that has come up related to the use of the word region is that we know that in some communities that there are provinces and there are regions, and the regions are often missionary territories that do not have sufficient numbers of sisters in them to have the leaders that a province would have, or do not have the financial resources to be what is considered a province. And so that is one of the reasons we have stayed clear from talking about, in terms of the prototype, regions. Regions in some other communities have been geographic. In other communities, they've been certain ministries that have been grouped together to form a region, not a geographic region. So when we're talking about the prototype, we have steered toward the other intermediary structures, and to create something different. In terms of church, if I'm getting at the question that Marianne asked, canonically, the provincial structure is, both are considered entity. I mean, you can use the word entity for anything, but the provincial governance has a major superior, and the region does not have a major superior, but does have delegated responsibility. For example, if the region or the prototype that we're talking about is in a particular location, in a particular diocese, there is a person designated to be the person who interacts with the local bishops and represents the community in the diocesan activities. The same is true that there may not be a intermediary circle leader in a particular country that has a conference of religious, but there is someone designated to represent the community to that conference. So I don't know if that, Mary, gets at when you were talking about the church, the relationship with the church, but that would be my response, whether it's called a region or whether it's called an intermediary circle. If I didn't get to your point, please rephrase it, and Terry, you can help me to understand it.
I think that was a lot of canon law for this hour of the afternoon. And but you did a very good job, Karen. And I think one of the things I heard is there's a love for your constitutions. And I want to say this, your constitutions offer you a lot of flexibility. They have laid the ground for all of this and have given you a lot of a broad place to do all kinds of models. So that's a real blessing. And so it's the work of a lot of years. Sisters, want to suggest that you will continue to have questions. That's why this is just the beginning of a process, not the end. And this is important that all of you participate in this process, speak with your local community, ponder this conversation. But we need to take a break because I don't want anybody to fall asleep when we talk about the next steps. And that you all need to hear. So we're going to take a break and we're going to come back in 20 minutes. In 20 minutes. It's enough time, everybody. Go, get away from the screen, get up, get a coffee, a chocolate, or a glass of wine, whatever will make you happy right now. And we'll come back and the team will outline some of the next steps.
Sorry to move you away from the pizza. And if you live in the Eastern zone, you're getting close to supper time. So pizza has a little attraction that might not have at other points in the day. Anyway, you're an awesome group. I was thinking during the break how we started this morning with excitement and energy and confidence and courage. And here we are 7 hours later, my sisters, 7 hours later. And did you hear the energy in that group? It's still there. You're awesome. It's amazing. Anyway, it's been quite a journey today. We recognize that we're not perfect, and you're not going to be perfect, and your prototype is not going to be perfect, but the image of the newborn baby certainly helped us move along and accept that as babies grow and fall, learn to walk and they fall and they get up and walk again, that's how we're going to go forward in this prototype. We saw the image of the butterfly that have returned to an area where there had not been for years, and the health of the diverse ecosystem. So the importance of diversity, and you've recognized and honored the diversity among yourselves. We heard the importance of the 4 I's, and I asked myself, I wonder if we know what the 4 I's are. Interculturality, intergenerationality, interdependence, intercommunity. The 4 I's, those inter words. And I heard and read even in the chat that some of us are ready and willing to take the next step. I would say probably that most of us are moving in that direction, ready to take the next step. We've got lots of questions. Some of the questions don't have any answers and don't have answers and won't have answers, but we make the way by walking. And the answers will unfold as we go forward, as we learn from each step that we take. So, here we are. And je pense que notre équipe de leadership est prête à nous donner leurs idées des prochaines étapes.
I think that our leadership team is ready to give us the new steps.
Those next best steps.
Our leadership team talked about the where from our meeting here. And we mentioned at the beginning that not everyone has been able to be with us today. However, this has been recorded in our 3 languages, and we hope that those who are not able to be with us today will take the time to listen to what we have talked about today, and will have read the materials. What we see is the importance of your continuing to have conversations in local community groups, or if local communities are small, maybe having more than one local community meeting together. But to talk about what it is that you've heard and reflected further on, and we will take the responsibility as leadership team to try to formulate the best we can the responses, the potential in response to the questions that have been asked in the chat. We will try to address each of them and send those to you. We were asked the question about general chapter. Since we are so close to general chapter, we believe that it is best to bring a further developed prototype, basically the one that we have presented today, but with further ideas for how to state what we've put there in a better form for the chapter. And what we hope is that questions will be sufficiently answered that the general chapter can affirm our moving forward in implementation, providing a timeline for various steps of the implementation. some of the things that we've mentioned are things that we can do between now and chapter. But we believe that to have the best we can for the description for general chapter, we would provide it. We know that it would have been possible had we had this conversation 2 years ago, 3 years ago, even a year ago, that we may have been able to implement at least some aspects of it, and with the action of the general leadership team in collaboration with the provincial teams. But given where we are right now and the way things have unfolded, we think that the next best step is for further conversation in the local communities, further ideas from the local communities to provide the clearest and best description of our moving forward. Now, the other question was in terms of, should this be a part of what the General Chapter Planning Committee is designing, or should something be sent from the General Leadership Team? The General Chapter Planning Committee meets in a few weeks, and so this will be something that they will be discussing. And in the meantime, we will try to answer the questions that were in the chat and to send them out to the sisters. And again, we hope that the sisters who have not had an opportunity to be present today will take advantage of that to prepare for the discussions that would happen in the local community. So that is our thinking at this point. And if you would like to react to that as a possible way of moving forward, then please go ahead and let us know that.
Thank you. Thank you, Karen. So there will be a recording that you're hoping everyone will have an opportunity to watch. You're also hoping that the conversations will continue in local communities and perhaps in grouping of local communities. You will respond to the questions that have been in the chat, that have been posted in the chat. The leadership team will respond to those questions. And perhaps the planning committee will talk about this, not perhaps, but the planning committee will talk about this at their meeting in March, mid-March, and perhaps something will come from that. Is that correct? Okay. Yes. So, are there any questions or comments that you'd like to make? And again, if you would please raise your hand so that we can recognize you. And if you don't know how to use the raise your hand, just wave your hand big time. Okay? Thank you. So, Barbara.
Just a question for information. After all of this time of being on Zoom, is the General Chapter Planning Committee going to be able to meet in person in March?
I think I can answer that. I'm sorry, but no, I don't think we're meeting in person. People are traveling, would have to travel from Chile, from the United States. It will be online.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
If there are no more questions, I would like to raise a question that one of our French-speaking sisters had and was unable to put it into the chat. And I think that that if Sister Teresa Maya could answer the question, she alluded to it before, and it is this. The sister mentioned that in her experience in our community, her presence at chapters, her presence and being a local superior and having other roles within the community, she has always felt that we are one congregation. And we talk about in this movement, one congregation. And Sister Ter, you mentioned that you had the same comment from one of your sisters when you were working on it. Could you just describe maybe a little more your response to the sister when she mentioned that in terms of the different of our concept of the past as one congregation and our sense of one congregation today?
Well, my sister said, why do you keep saying we are becoming one? I always have said that I belong to the congregation or one. And my response, and I said, well, that was a fair question because it's true. We were one, institute, but I said two things are different from now. The first is your primary unit of belonging was the province or the region, because we also had regions. And that was your primary unit of relationship and interactions. What we are moving to is a congregation without borders, without limits. So instead of I belong to one, but we are one, but I belong to this piece of the one, you now are part of a congregation where the interactions are bigger than just your provincial unit. The second thing in your case that is really important is that you are creating provisions with the circles, with the administrative piece, where you're going to take care of the local locally, but you're going to take care of the congregational by sharing resources. Whether it's the communications team, that is a service that can be done across, or the opportunity for a cluster of sisters to gather for a project from across the different geographies of the congregation. So you are one, you've always been one, but your belonging is now to the whole. And that is a big step. And I want to emphasize that because sometimes in our institutes, our identity was more provincial than congregational. Our identity, our belonging unit defined our culture in the institute. Our style, our way, we're different. We're more modern or more liberal or more open-minded or more, that we created little cultures around our local units. And you are now opening up those cultures so that they can nurture each other. So I think that is my long answer to that exchange I had with our sisters. So yes, of course, you've always been members of one institute, but today you're being challenged to break the silos, the medieval system of the institute, in order for the energy to flow better, to share the resources. And just what happened at the break, you're talking about pizza across how many thousands of miles? and I'm already jealous about it. I hope that answered some of that question, Karen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. I think you touched, Terry, the interculturality I. It's a big I that we really, I can only speak for my own congregation, but it's an issue and we need to really work with it. And we have been, but we grow. Karen?
Related to that, there was also the question that has come up in several different manners on the chat. And that is in the model that we showed, we had 2 intermediary circles. And the question came up, why not just one? And that is a very fair question. And I think that is one that is important to look at. Are we ready for the one intermediary circle? Would having 2 intermediary circles have us just having our identity in our intermediary circle? The 2 intermediary circles were linked together to show greater interaction between the 2. But I just raised that because it was in the chat, and some of the breakout groups also made a comment related to that. So I think that is a part of what we would need to continue to have conversation about. Is it progressive to one, or do we move with one?
Thank you, Karen. Mary, you have a question or comment? Mary Phillips? You're muted, Mary. Thank you.
When I was looking at the diagram and saw the 2 circles interconnected, I thought it was just a simple way of doing it for the whole congregation. I just thought all of the provinces were part of that. I just thought that was just a simple way of showing it. Was I wrong?
Someone from leadership team like to respond to that?
The image was, in terms of the diagram of the image, was that the congregation would have 2 intermediary circles. 2 intermediary circles. The whole congregation would be within 2 intermediary circles. It wasn't to designate, and the configuration of who would be in those 2 was yet to be determined. Some of the possibilities were mentioned about configuration at the end, but that wasn't a part of what we weren't proposing that action at that point. So that was the idea.
Okay.
Respond to your question, Mary?
Yes, it helps me to understand. So you're saying that in order to start off, that it might be easier to have just 2 circles instead of one, instead of all of us, even though we're working as one congregation, to move closer as that you're saying it's easier to begin with 2 circles with different provinces, some provinces with 1 circle, some provinces with the other, and they both interconnect. Is that what you're saying?
I think it's important to realize that when we're talking about the intermediary circle, I don't think we're talking of combining provinces to make it. I think we're talking about groups of, we're not going to say this province and this province will be put together. So I think we kind of have to put aside provinces and look at the whole congregation and find how it is best to create the intermediary circles.
Thank you, Annette.
Okay, thank you.
Mary Kay, I think you have a question. Muted, Mary Kay. Mary Kay, you're muted.
It follows from the discussion that we had today in our small group. It's related to what we're talking about here, but I think it also points to the need for a deepening of our understanding and living of the diversity that is integral to our congregation. But the question was this: we had the initial question that was part of that started off the discussion was, does anybody in this group feel a resistance to the changing, to going on this new road and around the curve? And there was not a resistance. We knew that it would involve a lot. But in the course of that part of the conversation, one person said that a dilemma that she sees within the cultural reality is that if a sister who is from, say, a different culture than the dominant culture of a particular location combination, she sometimes feels like she needs to give up her own roots in order to be able to fit into the group that has, or at least has manifest other roots. And that's a painful and difficult kind of dilemma to be in. So we talked a bit about that without any solution to it, except an affirmation that it's important that a person not have to give up her original roots. And so when we come to the question just now here about, well, why are we having two groups instead of just one in place of the 4 provinces? It did not include, say, that question, but it underlined for me the importance of what I think we're trying to grow in as far as understanding of the cultural reality of the members of the congregation. And we certainly see it in society, appreciating the other cultures among whom we find ourselves. And at least one thing that the smaller intermediary circles would do is it would funnel some of this down into maybe, not all of it at once, and would give us an opportunity to learn and understand and appreciate the diverse cultures, which means being really attentive, being open to learning and dealing with those differences in a whole variety of ways that we have no definite answers for. But I thought that it was related to both the question this morning and also the one this afternoon.
You're muted, Sister Joe.
I see that. I'm sorry. I don't know how that.
Yeah, I want to say something. That is, for me, the models are very clear a little bit to me. And that be multicultural is the most, sorry, I have to open this one. So the multicultural, what happened here? Okay. the multicultural living and diversities, I think it's all of you and me, we have, it's a very difficult altogether. And I will explain it, why is, especially those when we live together, right? And yesterday, Sunday, I have the mass for with Mexican people, and they says after mass we have bolo, and I said what? And they asked me go and explain into the in the community, and they told me the bolo means you have to go outside, throw money, the children will pick up. That means abundance and happiness for the little kids in the future who got baptized. I got rejected in myself, but at the same time, I said, okay, I will do that. And then I thought to myself, I want to see what it does. So then I talked to the whole community, and then they did, right? But what's the, why I am saying this? This is, I think, something we have to work, I think not only for me, but for all of us. We got stuck sometimes when the diversity, the culture are different, right? So, and I have a lot of experience with Mexican, but at the same time, often I got stuck in this one. So what does that mean for me to live in diversity and multicultural? We have to keep our heart very open, our mind, our everything for be always living this with the 4 eyes and right. That's all.
Lifelong openness to learning.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna. I think Alba had her hand up. You have a question, Alba?
Sí, tengo una pregunta que me confunde un poco.
Yes, I have a question and I'm confused. And it's with the model of governance. When we were talking about concentric circles, and the intermediary circle was one at the beginning, and it contained the administrative part. But now I'm confused. It means that now we are talking about two intermediary circles. And my question is, when we approve the model, we approve one intermediary circle that it contains the intermediary governance, and now we are changing to two different circles. So what I don't understand now is what it means intermediary circles. What are we talking about? My question once again is the structure. We would like to change the structure, but we still have models or a way of presented with governance as if they were province. We only distribute the sisters in a different way in these two intermediary circles. So my question is, my reflection that I am concerned to, it's our reflection, its focus in the administrative part, giving a strength to the leadership. I understand that, but the focus, the principal focus has to be the local communities, because it is there, really there, that the life is happening. The local circle contains the strength and the life of the congregation. the circle or the intermediary circle that we have been talking about, I imagine shouldn't have much importance, and that's what I think, because the base is the local community, and the services on or these intermediary circles are roles, different roles. They are in a simple way, they are persons who take roles to serve the communication or the connectivity of the congregation itself. So my question is, I would like to have a clarification that what are we referring when we are talking about intermediary circles? Against the further model that we used to talk about one intermediary circle.
Gracias, Alba. Thank you. So Melba would like some clarification about the intermediary circles.
Nobody is I'm looking again at my converse, and everybody has their eyes modestly cast down. So I have the document in front of me, the 2015 report from the governance task force, of which Alba was a member. And when it describes the intermediary circle, it says the concentric circle includes each of the different entities, geographic areas, within which the local communities of the sisters are administratively situated. Each is administered by a leadership team, and the sum of all of them, what we currently called provinces, is what the model refers to as the intermediary circle. So and again, it mentions that there's openness to future changes in the configuration, because it was talking about provinces in response to the reality. So when we were looking at the models and what could be, we did talk about two that would be the same, but we're trying to bring them closer together toward the becoming one. And as I say, there's a big question out there. Do we need, given our reality today and the difference from what we were even when this model was created, are we ready for the one? Administratively, do we need two intermediary leadership teams? The administrative center is another thing, but in this, it says administrated by each is administered by a leadership team. So again, I appreciate the question, and I think that that will be part of our conversation between now and in July. But the model itself, and in reading, again, going back to the document that was presented, it left room for at least two leadership team, or more than one leadership team.
Okay. You okay with that, Elba?
Pienso que por ahora está bien, si luego vamos a poder.
I think that for now it's okay if we will be able to discuss further about it. There are still some points that I'm not feel comfortable with this prototype, but I can live with this for now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Alba. And there will be opportunities to continue the conversation in the local groups, and you may think of some other ways as well, but eventually at the chapter. Mary, I think you were the next one to have your hand up.
It's Karen that's talking. So,
Karen, sorry.
No problem. I really am concerned about the two intermediary circles. With the structure and how it would be decided. Our current province, we have a lot of diversity in our province, and it's hard to, I've lived with different cultures, many different cultures during my time in the province. And it takes a long time to get to know how a person from another country communicates, and what of it is culture and what of it is personality. And having offended people from other cultures, especially if I'm offending somebody that's Asian, they won't always tell me. And where if I offend somebody from Chile, they'll usually tell me, you know. But I see a real problem with how we hear the voices that feel they're not being fully integrated. I mean, we have some sisters who feel like they're on the fringes. Whether they are or not is another question. I don't think that's anybody's intent to marginalize anyone. But I think we do it unconsciously because of our own internal prejudice that we've internalized. And I would hate to see any kind of class system or any kind of maintaining the current structure that we're in, because the current structure, even though we have people from other cultures on the leadership teams, the structure is still quite hierarchical. We talk about it not being hierarchical and being more communal, but that's not as easy as it sounds. And again, I don't think anybody is trying not to hear the voice of the other. I think it's just very, very complicated. And even between Holy Angels Province and Mother Joseph Province, we both speak the same language as provinces. The dominant language is English. But my experience of having been in Canada and with our Canadian sisters is very different than my experience in the United States. And I know we have had one by formation team, but we do things very different in the provinces. And I just think there are an awful lot of details to be worked out. And I'm not sure I understand my sisters in my own province that come from other cultures, because it takes a long time living with someone in order for them to be comfortable to tell me that I've offended them. So I see some real concerns with the two-circle model, and how do we include the voice of the other, whoever the other is. And it might be me, right? I might be the other. So, you know, I just don't know how we do that. And I know there's uncertainty of how we do it, but I'm just very, very concerned. So that's it.
Thank you, Karen, for sharing your concern. Very real concern. Is there anyone who could respond to, not that we have an answer, just there aren't clear-cut answers like that, but someone who would like to just share how she's experiencing Karen's comments.
Yo creo que frente a
I believe that in response to the question of Alba and the experience expressed by Karen, I think that the most important is to know this process of dialogue. For months and months, we've been looking at how we could help to create this new entity to going towards unity and this point of different cultures. I don't think the problems happen just because we're from different cultures, but there are differences even when you're in the same culture. I think it's a question of risking to open up to the others independently from where they come from, another place or another country, but to open ourselves to the others and to let ourselves be known. And we were invited to have this meeting because the idea was that nobody's left outside, so that we can listen to all the voices, particularly those that we don't often hear. And again, there is the importance that each one has to feel that she is part of this process, but also has to contribute, and not remain a simple observer. So perhaps some will need more time to get into the tempo, but into the rhythm. But the model in itself says in different places that the importance is in the center, which is where you find the congregation, the sisters. And that's what we all need to be conscious of, the importance of the congregation. It is the sisters for the good of the mission. So I believe that there are many things that we will continue discussing at the level of local communities. Some will do it at the level of regions, at the level of province, and perhaps we will manage to have interprovincial discussions. But it's a challenge, which means that we have to jump in the river and try to swim and try to give responses. But it's something that we've recently started to think about. And also, when we proposed this project, we started off with 3 intermediary circles. At some point, we said 2, and then we said 1. And at the end, we said we will stay with the 2 circles, and perhaps in this process we will have with you, we will come to 1 circle. But this is the dialogue we want to start progressing and to start saying we are ready to move, whether it's 2 circles or 1 circle.
Thank you, Nancy. Did you hear the synodality and how Nancy responded to that question? Listening to the voices, particularly the ones that we don't hear. Openness. Walking together. Thank you, Nancy. And Mary Phillips, I think you would like to make a comment.
It's not quite connected with that. What I was wondering when we were talking about the 2 circles, was that when you were thinking of it as the congregation at this time is smaller, and we want to be able to do the ministry work as well, that the mission outside with the mission. And so is a part of the purpose of the 2 circles combining the gifts, the talents, whatever, from the whole congregation, so that instead of having so many leaders for different, if you still want to say provinces or whatever, that we would have more people free for the mission, but also be able to use the gifts that are needed for leadership and whatever else is needed in providing those circles. Is that part of what's taking place there?
Someone from the leadership team like to respond?
Mary, I think that that what you described is true in the sense that the model calls for fewer sisters in designated leadership roles as we've known them, but it calls on the use of sisters for specific functions, more sisters, so that there are more sisters assuming some leadership roles, but not as counselors or not as provincial leadership teams, that kind of thing. It has fewer sisters in the intermediary circle in those leadership roles. Some of the functions that would have been previously designated to a member of the leadership team are distributed among sisters in the local communities to serve either in helping congregationally or helping within the circle. So in that sense, it would free more sisters who would have otherwise been on teams to be doing other ministries and assisting in other ways for the congregation. And also the use of the administrative circle would help in that regard as well, with more lay people functioning in some of those roles than may currently exist.
Like secretary and finance.
Thank you. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Mary. We have the time just for the two questions that are left. Valiette, you had your hand raised, and then Claire. Valiette.
Merci.
Thank you. For me, it's not really a question, it's more a comment. In fact, I'm in wonderment about all that has been said today, but at the same time, I feel preoccupied. And it's not a resistance, but I'm not totally convinced in the sense that I see that we spend a lot of time on the structures. I would say that whatever name we give it, circle, regent, or whatever, I find that what is more important is how to be able, as a person, so how we can manage to transform the persons, to bring them in a participative energy, because it's easier to change the names and structures, but because we're not many, but we're a fairly complex congregation with very diverse cultures. It's a richest, and at the same time, it's a challenge in everyday life. So that's what worries me. How can we manage to this unity that we all feel fully members of this congregation we're talking about? That's what I aspire to, whatever name it will have. But to have this participative leadership, how can we go to work individually and as a group to manage this? Because I wouldn't like that we change the name and that things stay the same. That is my preoccupation.
Merci, Valiette.
Thank you, Valiette.
Est-ce que je peux parler?
May I speak, asks Sister Claire Wood?
Sure, Claire. Oui.
Merci.
Thank you.
D'abord, moi, je voudrais exprimer de la
I would like to express gratitude to Karen and the members of the team, because really the documents, it's a bit difficult to read through them, but I think we've learned a lot in reading them and in working on them in local communities, and we will continue working on them. My question, according to what I've observed, is that we formed a committee to help each other in the local communities. But if we had questions, I imagine that we could submit them to you, because it is said that the devil is in the details. It's a proverb. So it seems to me that our philosophy is that we go forward with all the sisters from all of our entities, so that at some point in time, when everything will be ready for the change, that all these questions be resolved. That's my first observation or question. My second is that, and Valiette nearly took my words away from me and what I wanted to say. When we talk about one single congregation, and I think I understood the message of Sister Teresa Maya, we were an only congregation. We will continue being one single congregation. The functional structure may change, but it won't change. It won't necessarily change the persons. And I would like to pay homage to one person who in the past has been a star for the unity of the congregation in a very difficult moment. And this is Sister Lucille Dean, which passed away in last month of February. If there is one person at the level of the community who collaborated at the time with the people who surrounded her at the level of her province, at the level of general, and when she was named provincial superior, I was provincial treasurer. I said that, and I repeat it now, Sister Lucille was a model. So let us thank God for these women, the presence of these women among us. Thank you.
Intervention. Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un dans l'équipe de leadership?
Does somebody from the leadership team want to respond to this? Respond to Claire?
Well, the first thing that Claire mentioned was about submitting questions. And yes, please do submit the questions. That is important to us to be able to offer the clearest example of what we are proposing as possible. The second, in terms of the people who have gone before us, and especially naming Sister Lucille Dean at this time, I think is a really, really good thing to remember her and others who have gone before us, who I truly believe are continuing to guide us. And you're right, there was nobody who wanted more than we would remain one congregation than Sister Lucille. She worked hard for that during a very difficult time in the history of our congregation. And as I say, there were others as well, but her death just a week ago has touched all of us. And so I am sure that you're making reference to this, Claire, is a comfort, especially to the sisters who were closest to her. So thank you, and let us continue to pray to our sisters who have built, whose shoulders we stand on today, and ask their guidance and their protection as we move forward to live our mission in charism as they so ably did. So thank you.
And thank you, Karen. Thank you, Claire, for the question. The communion of saints is a very powerful part of our tradition, our church tradition. And becomes more and more powerful as the people who are close to us enter into eternal glory. So we're going to move forward. Mission, it's just about time almost for our closing prayer, but before we go to our closing prayer, I would like to invite us to just take a moment to get in touch with how you're feeling at this moment in the day. Think about when you came this morning, 8 hours ago now, almost. So when you arrived this morning, what it was like for you, how you lived the day, and how you're feeling at this moment. Just take a moment to do that. Is there one word that surfaces in your heart that expresses how you are at this moment?
Nous avançons.
We are
We go
going
forth.
forward. Trust in providence.
Trust in providence.
Listening. Go forward.
Grateful.
Enlightened.
Hopeful.
Prendre le virage.
Take the curve.
Openness.
Gratitude.
New beginning. Equal. Hopeful.
Ensemble.
Ensemble vers le cheminement spirituel.
Together in this spiritual journey.
Notre bienheureuse Émilie nous
That Emily Gamelin accompanied us.
Providence de Dieu, j'espère en vous.
Providence of God, I hope in you. Providence of God, I love you with all my heart.
Together.
Us to risk.
Agradecida de Dios.
Unity.
Grateful for God.
Communion.
Full.
Hope.
Con amor.
Plenty of love.
Ensemble.
Go forward together.
And so we give thanks together, going forward with our closing prayer. And I'm not sure who's leading the closing prayer.
Because we weren't able to see all of the words of the prayer this morning, we are going to also include the prayer from this morning.
Merci pour la journée qui s'achève.
Thank you for this journey who's finishing, and thank you for this journey that God offered us to live it together. We are called to listen what Pope Francis is telling us, a time for changing. he says that we are able to talk together as we did this morning, and we are the path to a better future. He invites us to dream. He always says that there is a time for changing, and there is a time for everything, says the scriptures. And during this crisis that we are passing through, Pope says that it's time to change. We recall the theme of our chapter that we will be living in few months. In this time of hope, let us welcome this new life. Lord, give us the courage to going forward, for having a new life at the head of our congregation. We ask to our sisters, to all the sisters who were there before us, to Emily Gamelin also, and the sisters that we named before us, Sister Lucindine and the other ones that we know and they already left, we ask them to be with us. Sister Emily Gamelin, pray for us. Sister Bernarda More, pray for us. Mother Joseph, pray for us. Together, we are walking and we are going forward for having a new life in our Providence family. Lord, give us grace to accept with serenity the things that cannot be changed, the courage to change the things which should be changed, and the wisdom to distinguish the one from the other. And now, as a daughter of Providence, as a daughter of only one family, we know that we are Providence, and the Providence, it's always there for us. And Lord says, don't be afraid. I'm here for you. And we, as sisters of Providence, we don't have to be afraid because the Providence is there with us and it's living this moment with us and will do the way with us. Now I ask to all of us to reaffirm our faith in Providence, our trust in Providence, and our love to Providence. Each one of us and each one will say in their own language, Providence of God, we believe in you. And it proved that God, Providence God is there with us.
Providência de Deus, espero em vós. Providência de Deus. Amém. Sim.
Before we close, we would like to extend our deep gratitude to our co-facilitators, Joe Badali and Ter Maya, and also thank each one of you for being present. We thank our interpreters, Paola and Anna and Nancy, and Guy for being our technician, and Monica for taking notes for us. All of you have helped make this day possible for us. And there's a continued journey that we have. We all have our homework to do. And we look forward to hearing more from each of you and from the sisters who weren't able to be with us, but were with us in spirit. So again, thank you so much. And I think our prayer really summed up well what this day has been and our gratitude for it. So thank you very much. I don't know, Joe and Teresa, if you have any last words that you would like to provide us before we bid adieu.
Just to say thank you and that you truly are women of Providence.
Thank you.
Yo igual decirles que cuentan con
Me too. I would like to tell you that we are here accompanying you, but also praying for you.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and have a wonderful evening and a good weekend coming up.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you. You too.
God bless.
Bye bye.
God bless you all.
Thank you. See you
Thanks,
next
Karen.
time. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
Merci. Bye. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Thank
Merci
you.
beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Bye.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Thank you so much.
Bye bye.
Bye. Thank you to everyone.
Jessica,
ciao.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye, Dolores. Bye
Ciao, Madre
bye.
Fran.
Where?
Bye. Merci beaucoup. C'était une belle rencontre.